As bad as everybody made it out to be. Phillies win again yesterday against the Marlins. Let's talk about the red-hot Phillies. When a lot of people like to grouse about the Phillies, man, I've been gone for one day. I can't speak anymore. It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5, The Fanatic.
This is Kincade and Salciunas.
When we grouse about a sweep of the Pirates, which you should be embarrassed by that.
Yeah.
You got to bring up the fact that the division-leading West, Dodgers, the division-leading Central, Cubs, you're 3-0 in series against those two teams.
That's why there's, to me, the misconception of, well, they can't beat any good teams. They only beat bad teams. They've played well against good teams, too.
We've seen something in the last few weeks that you guys have never seen. The erratic EKG nature of a baseball team.
Kincade and Salciunas. John Kincade, Andrew Salciunas.
97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
And a good Tuesday morning, Philadelphia. I'm Andrew Salciunas alongside my man John Kincade. Johnny, we're dropping grouse or grass because I accidentally said grass, but grouse a lot today.
Not shocked you dropped grass, but grouse, that was interesting. Twice in the first minute of the show.
Yes.
Good to have you back after a weekend.
Yeah, it was
Hopefully
nice.
you enjoyed yourself there. And that was interesting because that was a clip from last week's show in the Open. And I think it perfectly summarizes where we're at. It's the erratic EKG nature of this Phillies team.
Yeah.
And it's been different. It's been a different ride.
They got swept by the Pirates. It was horrible. That was part of their 9 of 10 in which they dropped 9 games in a 10-game stretch. Like, that's bad. That's really, really bad. However, they're not a really, really bad baseball team. And that's why they bounced back, taking 2 of 3 against the Cubs, sweeping the Blue Jays, who'd been playing very good baseball as of late, including taking 2 of 3 against you just the week before. And then you start the series in Miami with a nice win, 5-2 last night. McAble with another nice outing, the young
really
pitcher.
Nice.
Going 5 innings. You know, the bullpen did a decent job. Matt Strom still a little bit worrisome. That
a little bit?
Seems to be that he gives up a run every outing that he's out there now.
Every time.
But the Phillies win. And Trey Turner has another nice day. 3 for 5, the leadoff home run. Alec Boehm with the big 2-run single yesterday. So, John, today's one of these days where I want to try to figure out what we like and don't like about this baseball team. Because, you know, this city, you want to talk about the EKG that this Phillies team shows? The fan base has their own EKG. Right?
And ours is erratic.
It's crazy.
This isn't erratic. I don't think, though, that this town is as different. I think there's a lot of benefit to, and a lot of people haven't done it, there's a lot of benefit to having not lived here for a while. Mm-hmm. And you get to see that we're not that different that we make ourselves out to be, but absolutely we are erratic.
Yeah.
And there's large portions of us, but there are people who are the extremes, and I call them the lunatic fringe, and they're on both sides of the fence.
Absolutely.
And I'd say it's probably, though, around 20-20 on each end, but I believe there's the 60% that live in the rational, that don't do this Phillies team sucks when they go 1-9, but can logically look at this team and say they're very flawed.
Right.
And I look at the red-hot Phillies now, hottest team in the National League, and say the Phillies are red-hot. They're looking good, and they're still just as flawed as they were last week.
Right.
They are just as flawed. So I think that's where it's at. I think some people don't want to, within fandom, either live in the rational of being critical of their own team or being willing to ever give their team an inch.
Yeah, I mean, there are people that are like that, right, where it's always waiting for the sky to fall.
Sure.
Right? That's why the term Negadelphia exists. But then there's also, to your point, the people where it's always green-colored glasses or red-colored glasses, if we're talking about the Phillies, where they can do no wrong, right?
Like Busty Posey is a good one of our good Twitter followers. Good dude.
Who?
Busty,
Giants GM?
Busty Posey.
No, Busty Posey.
Busty Posey.
Man.
Really a great Twitter follower. Really great Twitter follower, and I love the give and take with Busty. But Busty is one of those people that's like, anytime you're critical of the Phillies, it's like, well, I'll just choose to cheer for my team. And I don't want, I'll just choose to cheer for the great team. You bring up very logical points that cannot be denied.
Right.
And it's like, well, I'm just going to choose to cheer for my team. And I'm like, good for you. Good
Right.
for
That's
you.
awesome.
You can do that. If you just want to put on the pom-poms and get the skirt, hike up the skirt if you want. You might the quarterback may ask you out for a milkshake after the game on Friday night.
You say good for you, and then you do that and call him a cheerleader.
No, because that's what it is.
Some fans just want to be cheerleaders.
But it's fine. But you can't
then cry
can't be upset that somebody else has logical opinions that are based in complete fact.
I got you. That's
what I mean.
To it, though.
No.
He's entitled to cheerlead, and we're entitled to be critical.
But you're not entitled to tell the fan that is being logical and fair and being objective.
You had the account last week or 2 weeks ago that did the whole if you're not with us now, I don't want you come October.
That's it. You can't have it. But the thing is look.
And by the way, that building, I know they were in Miami yesterday, but Citizens Bank Park, if you're not with us now, that stadium's still getting 40+ thousand people, regardless of the grousing that's being done around this Phillies team.
That's a third grouse.
Regardless of the 1-9 stretch that they had. That you were at the Cubs game that afternoon.
Unbelievable.
It was packed. A Wednesday afternoon game where it was
42,000.
Super hot outside. 42,000 people were there.
On it, so
if you're not with us now.
No, they're with you. If you're spending your money, if you got your eyeballs, and Phillies are like a top 6 TV watch team in their local market.
Yeah.
So people are with them. But they're with them, and they're allowed to have opinions that are potentially contrary to the pom-pom shakers, Connor, as I will describe them. Yes, they are.
So
pom-pom shakers.
What is it about this team that we like? What is it about this team that makes a lot of you always doubt this team? You could text in, call in 610-632-0975. I think
what would be number one for you?
The rotation.
Positive and negative.
The rotation is positive.
Okay, everybody would put that in that column.
That should be the number one. Like when people on social media do the whole, what even makes you think that they're a good baseball team? Because when they had the bad stretch, they're not going to make the playoffs.
Right.
Like this rotation is too good. Where every day, seriously, every day, you have a guy, either Zach Wheeler, Luzardo. I know he had 2 bad starts, right? Wheeler, Luzardo, Sanchez, Suarez, Abel now at this point. Every single day, I have a starting pitcher on the mound where I believe my team will be in a position to win midway through the game. Yes, there's going to be the blow-up starts. We saw it with Luzardo. We've seen it with Zach Wheeler this year, right? Like Zach Wheeler has had a couple of bad starts here and there. But I can sit here comfortably at 6:07 every single day when there's a game scheduled. Hey, my team's got a chance to win tonight because I know the starting pitcher will put them in a position. So that's why it's number one. And to your point, it probably should be number one for everyone.
And if we were volleying and we're playing tennis or whatever, going back and forth, and I was to say to you, well, why would somebody be tentative about it? It would get into something that I saw last night. There's inconsistency of a plan. And I always say the Phillies' inconsistency of plan. I saw a manager last night that did things that I just shake my head at. He takes a pitcher out when he was doing perfectly fine. He pitched 5 innings, had 1 struggle inning, and the only reason he had a struggle inning is because he got screwed by the home plate umpire on what was an obvious 3rd strike call that would have gotten him out of the inning 14 pitches earlier and without giving up a run, and he takes him out with the least amount of pitches of any start this year. It made no sense. He's pitching against a weak team that wasn't doing anything against him, and he takes him out with the least amount of pitches he's pitched all year. It made no sense. John Kruk going, wow, looks like Abel's done. Wonder what that's about. Why is he coming out? I don't know, as Tom McCarthy says. I don't know why he'd be coming out after 5 innings and 7. There's no reason for it.
Maybe that's the plan.
There's no rhyme or reason. You have 7 games in a row this week. No off days. And you've got the Mets coming up this week in a critical series against the team you're fighting for the division, and you're making the decision to you're going to have to use 4 relievers. It made no sense last night.
Well, maybe the plan with Abel is, remember, it's not just the pitches anymore. In today's sports science, it's up-down, right? So he pitched 5 innings. Maybe they did not want him to go out there for a 6th inning.
I would say to you
so far in his big league career, 5 1/3, 4 and 5.
Yes.
So maybe that's the plan, right? Like I get it, John. Like you're a big plan guy.
It's not a good plan. It's not a good plan. He was cruising last night.
But if that's the organization's plan, why is that Rob Thompson's fault?
Then that is the plan. He's the guy who executes the plan. So if he's He's the one who stands up there and defends it, so he must believe in it.
Of course he's going to defend it. What's he going to do? Go on a press conference and say, I want to have him pitch more, but my boss told me not to?
Okay, so the mystery man behind the curtain is then, so whatever it is. Whether it's the mystery man behind the curtain that we're going to believe it is, or whether it's Rob Thompson, it's a bad plan. That's a reason to go, I doubt this team.
Well, the mystery man led a pitching staff that gave up 2 runs last night.
Yeah,
so I think
I had no problem.
we're okay.
But what the cumulative effect, Connor, on the bullpen is not good.
Starters are more important than the bullpen.
And it doesn't make
true.
sense.
I mean, we literally just said they're going to make it to the playoffs because of the rotation.
Right.
So I would rather be careful with the rotation than this crappy ass bullpen.
Yeah, getting to like
stinks.
85, 87 pitches would have killed him last night. Come on.
Could have.
Stop.
Who knows? Could
Stop
have.
it.
You keep on saying stop it.
Yes,
It could have.
seriously. Yeah, it
You
would have
don't
killed him
know.
last
Boys, we have
night.
more segments.
It was the least pitches he pitched all year.
Come
You
on,
hate Rob
Ralph.
Thompson. Just
Stop.
say it.
It's
You
stupid.
hate Rob Thompson.
No, it was stupid.
All right, coming up next, it's good to be back.
Go to your quarters.
I'm going to do something to prove a point in the next segment. A point of how crazy some of you sound whenever the Phillies have a bad stretch. Or, in some cases, just lose a game. It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5, The Fanatic.
Ray Dunn, Mike Missanelli.
But people get frustrated when people...
Sunny days and ocean blue. Waves are calling me and you. Surfboard ready, time to ride. Feel the freedom, feel the tide. Summer on the beach, oh yeah, oh yeah. Walking on the sand, no care. Surfing in the sun, so free. Just the beach, the waves and me. Yeah, 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 yeah. Sunny days and ocean blue. Waves are calling me and you. Surfboard ready, time to ride. Feel the freedom, feel the tide. Summer on the beach, oh yeah, oh yeah. Walking on the sand, no care. Surfing in the sun, so free. Just the beach, the waves and me. Yeah, 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 yeah. Sunny days and ocean blue. Waves are calling me and you. Surfboard ready, time to ride. Feel the freedom, feel the tide. Summer on the beach, oh yeah, oh yeah. Walking on the sand, no care. Surfing in the sun, so free. Just the beach, the waves and me. Yeah, 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 yeah. Sunny days and ocean blue. Waves are calling me and you. Surfboard ready, time to ride. Feel the freedom, feel the tide. Summer on the beach, oh yeah, oh yeah. Walking on the sand, no care. Surfing in the sun, so free. Just the beach, the waves and me. calling me and you. Surfboard ready.
15 here on Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. Started off talking about the Phillies here on this Tuesday morning. So the Phillies are going to win the World Series, John.
What?
The Phillies are going to win the World Series. They have...
Okay, that's bold.
They probably have the best rotation in all of Major League Baseball. The bullpen's not as bad as a lot of people make it out to be, in my opinion. Like I think the bullpen's actually pretty good, and I think all the naysayers are they're just hating. Bryson Stott, he'll be fine. He's gonna be fine. He will be that silver slugger one day. All right, and maybe we see it this year.
He's going to win a batting title.
Maybe we see it in the second half of this season. All right, and
Okay.
Castellanos, we saw that grand slam the other day.
That was awesome.
He'll probably finish with 30 home runs. Whenever Harper comes back, he'll probably reach 30 home runs. Trey Turner, he might hit 30 home runs.
Well, Trey Turner, I mean, hey, who knows?
Look,
He's playing great.
Alec Boehm, he's back. He's all-star Alec Boehm again. Dave Dombrowski's the greatest pobo in all of baseball.
Connor, what was in his breakfast this morning?
Rob Thompson is the greatest manager in baseball. And the Phillies are going to win the World Series.
Were you with Aaron Rodgers this weekend doing Hiawatha or something?
Yeah, and that's when I came to my clear state of mind.
Not doing Hiawatha. I think that was she was an explorer.
Oh, is that right?
That would have been really inappropriate.
Well, that's when I got my clear state of mind. And I realized these things, and that's why I realized the Phillies are winning the World Series.
Yeah. Okay. I need to see a lot more to be with you, but playoff team, I'm shoulder to shoulder with you. Then at that point, we split company.
So I'm just trying to prove a point.
Yeah. What is the point you're trying to prove? That people can be stupid?
That people can be over the top negative all the time, and it's exhausting.
Right.
Imagine if I did that every single day. Every single day the Phillies win a baseball game, or maybe every time the Phillies win the baseball game, that I go on this World Series thing.
But what if you
It's exhausting, dude.
What is exhausting to the people who doubt the Phillies?
It's not the people who doubt the Phillies.
Okay, people who doubt the Phillies, who don't believe this roster, what's exhausting for them to hear?
I don't.
What do you think?
Probably what I just did.
No, but that would be. But I
don't hear much of that.
No, but I think to them, hearing us we both say
they're going to make the playoffs still.
They're going to make the playoffs. I think to them they say ho hum. They have one of the highest payrolls in baseball. They should win 90 games in their sleep, which I think is the floor of expectation for a team that spends this kind of money.
Which, by the way, I believe they're still on pace for.
No, they're beyond that pace.
Yeah.
But
I know, that's the point I'm just trying to make.
But the thing is, that's the floor to me. I'm not giving them attaboy. No, that's the floor of expectation for this team.
Yeah,
but they should do that.
The amount of people that say they have no shot.
That's ridiculous.
Or there are people, and when it was bad, the 9 of 10, right? And now they've bounced back, winning what? They've now won 6 of their last 7.
They've won 5 in a row, I believe it.
Right? Maybe they get to 9 of 10 wins. The people that got really loud during that 9 of 10, where they dropped 9 of 10, you heard from a lot of people saying that they're not going to make the playoffs.
Oh, no, you did.
And that wasn't a lunatic fringe. That was a lunatic fringe, yes, but there are also the people that are in that middle area that are probably teetering, that probably don't feel too much confidence with this Phillies team, that all of a sudden they weren't going to make the playoffs because of that 9 of 10 stretch.
I think there are a lot of people, though, that find it extremely annoying that you, me, Connor, whoever else, that says this team's going to make the playoffs. And I totally get you. I totally understand it. Because 90 wins and a playoff berth for this team should be the floor of expectation.
You're right, but this is like going on a third date with a girl, and she's like, "Where's my ring?" Like, we'll get there. It's playoffs first. You can't win the World Series in June.
I get you.
And that's where I think we're coming from. Is just like, we'll discuss the World Series. If they get to the postseason and they look like they're backing their way in, or they don't have enough in the pen, we'll be there with you. But we can't do that in June. It's just too long of a season.
I think that is extremely fair.
And that's why
I think that's fair.
I think we've been pretty clear about this. Like, this roster is not a World Series team.
They're not good enough.
But they are good enough to make the playoffs. And in the next 6 weeks, maybe Dave Dombrowski makes a few moves where we think differently.
Maybe he does.
And if he doesn't, be prepared for angry Andrew the next day.
Yeah, I mean,
that's why when people, Andrew, how come you're not angry that they lost 9 of 10? It's not that I wasn't disappointed. It's just I don't believe that's the finished team.
No, I don't believe it is either. And I need to see a lot more. But right now, they're about where they should be. They're on pace for where they should be.
Yeah. And they've won games of late. And
They
that,
have.
to me, makes me happy. No, do I think they're a World Series team?
No.
Not yet.
We'll
All right,
see.
Coming up next, we'll get back to this Rob Thompson and McAble decision coming up because we're going to get some mid-season grades. Because
Comments on the report card.
End of the school year. John Kincaid's reliving some bad days.
Bad memories.
It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Phillies make it 5 straight. I'm Connor Thomas. The Phillies won their 5th straight last night, taking down the Marlins 5-2. Trey Turner went 3 for 5 with 2 RBIs, including a leadoff homer. He leads the National League in hits. McAble also went 5 strong innings, allowing only 1 run. Rob Thompson talked about the growth of his young hurler after the game.
Again, second inning, he got in some trouble and worked out of it, and then right back out in the third, 4th, and 5th, he gave us 3 good innings. So he's growing.
The Phillies face the Fish again tonight, 6:10 p.m. first pitch. That's moved up because the Stanley Cup Finals are in town. Jesus Luzardo faces his old team. Cal Quantrill goes for Miami. The Thunder took down the Pacers 120-109 last night to take a 3-2 lead in the NBA Finals. OKC is just 1 win away from their first franchise championship. The Florida Panthers are also 1 win away. They can close out the Stanley Cup Finals with a win tonight over the Oilers down there in Florida. Puck drop is at 8 p.m. Amy Fadul is going to join us for the entire 9 o'clock hour. This update is brought to you by Bradford White Water Heaters. When you need a new water heater, choose one that's built to be the best. Choose Bradford White. I'm Connor Thomas for the home of the NBA Finals in Philadelphia, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Early Bird.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Sunny days and ocean blue. Waves are calling me and you. Surfboard ready, time to ride. Feel the freedom, feel the tide. Summer on the beach, oh yeah, oh yeah. Walking on the sand, no care. Surfing in the sun, so free. Just the beach, the waves and me. Yeah, 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 yeah. Sunny days and ocean blue. Waves are calling me and you. Surfboard ready, time to ride. Feel the freedom, feel the tide. Summer on the beach, oh yeah, oh yeah. Walking on the sand, no care. Surfing in the sun, so free. Just the beach, the waves and me. Yeah, 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 yeah. Sunny days and ocean blue. Waves are calling me and you. Surfboard ready, time to ride. Feel the freedom, feel the tide. Summer on the beach, oh yeah, oh yeah. Walking on the sand, no care. Surfing in the sun, so free. Just the beach, the waves and me. Yeah, 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 yeah. calling me and you. Surfboard ready, time to ride. Feel the freedom, feel the tide. Summer on the beach, oh yeah, oh yeah. Walking on the sand, no care. Surfing in the sun, so free. Just the beach, the waves and me. Yeah, 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 yeah. Sunny days and ocean blue. Waves are calling me and you. Surfboard ready, time to ride. Feel the freedom, feel the tide. Summer on the beach, oh yeah, oh yeah. Walking on the sand, no care.
Kincade Salciunas, 97.5, The Fanatic. All right, we'll get to our text messages here coming up later on this hour. What about this team do you like? What about this team makes you doubt? At 610-632-0975. But John Kincade got some PTSD over the weekend.
It was Friday. After we left and did post-show headlines. It was Father's Day weekend, so I decided I had some time to kill before going over and heading over to CMOH, seeing Dr. Sprandio.
Yep.
By the way, tests came back beautiful.
Awesome.
Nice,
My
dude.
blood tests.
Love that.
My blood tests were kick ass.
Love that.
In fact, way ahead of where I should be at 18 months. Like way ahead. So
Get
great
excited.
stuff. So I was excited. Thank you, Tom. And so I had some time to kill before my appointment, so I decided I drove by St. Denis and went to my dad's grave.
Okay.
Figured I'd go see my dad and my uncles and wish him a happy Father's Day. So I went over there. Well, they were letting the kids out for the last day of school at St. Denis.
Okay.
And the kids were getting out with their report cards. And they had the little brown envelopes. And I used to remember we would get the little brown envelopes. You don't remember this. You didn't have these in your school.
I don't remember this at all. No.
Connor, did you get a take-home report card, or were
Yeah.
you all okay? So he did.
It's a private school thing, I think.
Okay, we had a brown envelope.
Sorry, us public
That
school
literally-
kids
they
from
would-
the mean streets.
That you'd have to you get a brown envelope that they'd put a heavy corrugated report card in that the teacher would write the grades in, or they'd type them in.
Yeah.
And then the teacher there'd be comments written on it.
Ah.
I saw the kids carrying their brown envelopes to their parents. It brought back some bad memories because there was always, first of all, is my mom kept them. So I've got them. I've got them, and Olivia has seen them. And we always laugh because, Dad, she goes, you always got an 89. Like, my GPA was
I take that.
my GPA was always like 89. Never good
nice.
enough to be an A. A really high B.
Yeah.
But just an 89. And it was always right around there.
I'd like my life to be an 89. You know?
Your life's better than
That's a
that.
good spot to be.
I like, you know.
You're good, though. You're good with
No,
that.
like, I'm good. Like, you know.
You are good with that.
I have some tough times, but more often
An
good
89,
times.
yes.
And, like, never really over the top.
You got it better than that wife. You got it better than that yard now, thanks to Moyer.
I like my Miller Lights. And,
You like that? You're all set.
Life at
So-
an
Your
89
golf game's a
sounds-
40, but
Well, wait, I don't play golf.
But, Connor, do you remember the comments where the
Yeah.
teacher could write comments in? You probably were a pretty good kid.
yeah, I don't know what happened between then and now, but I was all right back then.
I got comments.
Talks too much in class?
Oh.
Oh, no. Wow. What made you think of that?
John's disruptive. John is a good student, but disruptive to others.
No.
John, and it would be, I always knew that the comment was going to be.
You've
"Oh,
clearly learned
geez."
from that, too.
Yeah, I really learned from those experiences. So seeing those kids with that envelope, I'm thinking of it. And I was thinking to myself, what if the Phillies had to bring home those envelopes? Right now, with where we're sitting with the Phillies.
Yeah, unfortunately, I already know one. And I don't even want to, I got to placate to you.
Okay, what would it be?
Yours for Rob Thompson would be falls asleep in class. That's what yours would be
No,
for Rob Thompson.
But I would say is, Rob does a solid job, but but fails to learn from past mistakes.
Well,
That's what it would be.
Oh, what past mistakes?
Is that this team does the same things over and over again. He's responsible for having his team. What does his team not do well? They don't run the bases well. He doesn't care.
Well, maybe it's not the teacher's
They
fault.
never improve.
Maybe it's the curriculum's fault.
They never improve.
Maybe it's Dave Dombrowski's
Oh,
fault.
now, okay. So now everything is there's this secret person behind the curtain.
It's already been
With Rob
reported.
Thompson. Wait a
Jason
minute.
Stark said that he made all the decisions in the playoffs a few years ago.
Rob Thompson can hold his players accountable. He doesn't. Rob Thompson is always going to cover for his players. I don't like that. So there it is. But I give him the credit because I think he does a very solid job of managing a clubhouse, having a team that is very steady throughout the year and does a good job of performing. He's a good grade. He'd get like an 88.
But you'd put the falls asleep in class on.
Oh, I would. I'd be like, yeah, Sleepy Rob's falling asleep.
Rob Thompson, not a snitch.
Not a snitch?
Good
That's
thing.
true.
There
That's
you go.
true.
You can
And
have that.
everybody knows that snitches get stitches, so that's good.
No. My cousin Joe would tell you, the detective in Lower Merion, he would tell you snitches get immunity. You know, they can get immunity too. Might be able to work a deal.
That
Not
may
in high
help.
school.
Might be,
may
able
help, too.
to, might be able to work a deal. I'm just saying to you is that for the Phillies right now, on their comment section, I think they would be getting a report card like mine. They're a good student, but there'd have to be a but, is that there's an Achilles heel. But an inferior bullpen is going to sink this team. The same mistakes that they've made over the years are going bad base running, things like that. They don't matter till they matter. And where do they matter? In tight playoff games, in postseason games. This team hasn't learned. They play the same. They play the same sloppy
I'll say
baseball.
what matters more in postseason play is not the base running issues that you freak out over. It's when the bats go ice cold,
Which is going to happen.
Which is what happened last year
And
in
the
the
year
playoffs,
before.
except for Castellanos and Bryce Harper last year against the Mets, and then pretty much everybody but what I think it was Marsh against the Diamondbacks. It
Yes.
was like the only consistent hitter.
Last 3 years, even the 22 year,
Yeah.
the last 3 games, the bats went dead. I think they got 11 hits the last 3 games of the World Series. I think something like that. Then the bats went dead against Diamondbacks. Bats went dead last year against the Mets. It's always going to happen. The cold streak's going to happen. And that's where.
But to me, I
they
do that
lengthen it
before I
out.
bring up bad base running. Right? Like I
Oh,
do.
no, I
because
do, yeah. Well,
you can't
it
even have
happened.
base running if you're not getting on base,
And
which is what the Phillies did the last couple playoffs.
And at 43 and 29, nothing has shown me that this Phillies team has different DNA than those teams. And that disappoints me.
Hold on. You lauded them earlier in the year when they were taking pitches a lot better.
Oh, yeah.
When their approach was a lot better.
Yeah, that was going well. The person
And then it went bad.
I've seen adjust to it is Trey Turner is freaking marvelous at the plate this year.
Yeah.
He's the guy I thought we were getting 2 years ago. He has been absolutely outrageous.
Kyle Schwarber's still been marvelous. It's been nice to
Not
see
in
him.
the past 3 weeks.
Oh, we're starting to see a little bit out of Kyle
I
Schwarber.
think it's the worst month that I've seen him. I think this is the last 3 weeks. We're going on a month now. This is the worst.
Yeah, but the last 5 days he's been playing. I mean, yesterday he didn't have a hit, but he's been playing pretty good baseball.
He's been playing
recently.
better,
Yeah.
but he's digging out of it.
Yeah, but he had a bad stretch.
I've never
just
seen
like the
yeah,
team
but
had a bad stretch.
Yeah, but it's one of the worst stretches he's had as a Philly. This is bad.
And maybe that's why the team went 1-9. Right? Like Bryce Harper's been out. Kyle Schwarber, if he goes cold, it's one of how many times have we said whenever Harper goes cold, the team goes cold, right? So now we're seeing it with Schwarber, and now we're seeing Schwarber play some decent baseball of late, and now the Phillies are winning baseball games.
And then Rob told us
sometimes it is that simple.
And Rob told us Sunday afternoon after the game, Bryce would be going to Florida with them. And then when the media got to Florida, they found out that Bryce didn't go to Florida with them.
Yeah.
So again, what the Phillies do that aggravates the hell out of me, and it would be on their report card, they say one thing and they do another. So somehow, after the game on Sunday, Rob says, Bryce is coming to Florida with us. What's the status of Bryce? Well, he's going to Florida with us. And then when they get to Florida, it's like, he's not there.
You know what your report card is? Does not read show sheet. Because coming
no,
up
what I'm just
next,
saying to you is, no, but it's there. It's the idea of that's what they do. They say one thing and they do another.
Coming up next, we will check our text messages on our Phillies discussion. What are the things that you like about this team? What are the things that makes you doubt? Because we know that there are people on both sides of this spectrum, right? Where it's the over-the-top positive, it's the over-the-top negative. What's the thing that makes you positive? What's the thing that makes you constantly constantly bitch and moan about this baseball team. End of the score. Sorry, mid-season grades.
Yeah,
comments.
it's not grades. It's
Not
just
grades,
the comments
it's the
on the report
comments.
card.
Midterms.
You want to pick a player?
I want to
or
know
a
what
coach?
yours would have been, though. You were a good kid, though, in class, you said, right? For the most part?
Yeah, I behaved. I just wasn't smart.
Oh, boy.
Some things never change.
Listen, man, it continues. All right, but also, how would you grade the honesty of team doctors? We'll talk about that coming up next. It is Kincade Salciunas on this Tuesday morning, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Ricky Bo, Bill Colarulo.
He goes, anytime a young guy comes up, it adds some.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Sunny days and ocean blue. Waves are calling me and you. Surfboard ready, time to ride. Feel the freedom, feel the tide. Summer on the beach, oh yeah, oh yeah. Walking on the sand, no care. Surfing in the sun, so free. Just the beach, the waves and me. Yeah, 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 yeah. Sunny days and ocean blue. Waves are calling me and you. Surfboard ready, time to ride. Feel the freedom, feel the tide. Summer on the beach, oh yeah, oh yeah. Walking on the sand, no care. Surfing in the sun, so free. Just the beach, the waves and me. Yeah, 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 yeah. Sunny days and ocean blue. Waves are calling me and you. Surfboard ready, time to ride. Feel the freedom, feel the tide. Summer on the beach, oh yeah, oh yeah. Walking on the sand, no care. Surfing in the sun, so free. Just the beach, the waves and me. Yeah, 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 yeah. Sunny days and ocean blue. Waves are calling me and you. Surfboard ready, time to ride. Feel the freedom, feel the tide. Summer on the beach, oh yeah, oh yeah. Walking on the sand, no care. Surfing in the sun, so free. Just the beach, the waves and me. Yeah, 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 yeah. Sunny days and ocean blue. Waves are calling me and you. Surfboard ready, time to ride. Feel the freedom, feel the tide. Summer on the beach, oh yeah, oh yeah. Walking on the sand, no care. Surfing in the sun, so
Hope everybody had a great Father's Day.
Dude, that's
on
a great
Sunday.
Father's Day you did for your dad.
Yes.
We were ending a conversation right at the end there. That is a great.
It's going to be a great day.
Okay, that's a perfect Father's Day thing you did for your father.
So June 30th, I'm going to the Phillies
On a
game
Monday.
with my dad. It's a Monday, and a Monday is daycare day with Coop.
Okay.
So right after the show, my dad and I are going to play 18.
Nice.
And then pick up Cooper, and then eventually go to the Phillies game. So it's going to be a long, fun day. And by the way, July
That's
4th
cool.
is that Friday. We're off that
Right.
day, so it'll be nice to, short week, have some fun. So yeah, that was my gift
See, that's
to my
a great
dad
thing.
on
See,
Father's Day.
I guarantee you this: you're too young a dad yet, but palling around with your kid, there's nothing better.
Oh yeah,
Like doing something with my kid is better than getting something from my kid.
yeah, I get that. That makes sense.
Like, even though I did get the Super Bowl football,
Which was cool. It was a
freaking
great,
awesome.
great photo
freaking
that
awesome.
you
That's
posted.
absolutely awesome. Like, that's awesome. But hanging out with Liv and doing something
Yeah.
is more fun.
Oh,
that's
yeah,
so much
absolutely.
fun.
Well, it's sharing more. It's more memories.
Even though the other
or
night-
more memorable.
I told the story of when it's now a bit unnerving when the waiter comes to the table and goes, "Would you like a drink?" And my wife orders a drink, and I order a drink, and then my daughter just goes, "Yeah, tequila and soda, please."
Yeah, that's right, because she's
And
21
she's
now.
like, yeah, but there was no hesitation.
Wow.
Like, it was like quickly. And Connor, by the way, it is the same tequila.
That's Malone?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the one she's.
Good pick.
There you
So that's
go.
good. So,
That's
so now she's
wonderful.
drinking like Connor. That
Oh,
makes every
she
parent
better not be
Yeah, I'm
drinking
sure
like
you're
me.
so proud of that.
makes every parent feel good.
All right, I want you to just expand a little bit more on this Bryce Harper thing here.
Well, it's just I said it yesterday because from last week on the show, I said it from a tweet last week when I was at the Cubs game. Mm-hmm. And I put it out, and I was not reporting, and I made that clear when I put out the tweet, that I felt that there's some chicanery going on around this Bryce Harper situation. I think that the Phillies are covering something up. I completely feel they are not being genuine about this Bryce Harper situation. They are deflecting. They are covered. We are not getting the true story on Bryce Harper. They are telling us one thing and doing another. And it doesn't shock me because that is what I believe they've done for a long time. And then we get more of it because Sunday, after the game, documented, Rob Thompson, when asked, Rob Thompson says, well, what about Bryce Harper? Well, Bryce will be with us in Florida. He's making the trip to Florida. So that's after the game. Game's over. The bags are packed. You're going on a team charter.
right.
So Rob Thompson is of the belief that Bryce Harper's making the trip. And then when the media contingent gets there yesterday and they arrive at the stadium and they see everybody, no Bryce Harper. So something happened. Now, I am of the belief that it was Bryce's call to stay home. Once again, I'm not reporting. I am just taking information that I was told that maybe Bryce just decided it was better to stay home because the Phillies were of the belief that he was making the trip. But then maybe Bryce decided that it was better for him to stay home and not go to Florida, and now he'll stay here. Now we're hearing, and John Kruk and Tom McCarthy last night pregame, now they're talking about, well, then he'll join the team again Friday, when they play the Mets.
Yes.
But he probably won't play. And they both went on the record going, but probably won't play, but maybe he'll play when they go to Houston next week. That's what they both said on the record last night. This is the biggest bunch of double talk, and not from Tom McCarthy and John Kruk. This is the biggest bunch of double talk I've ever heard in my life. And honestly, it seems like process era Sixers doctors. For God's sakes, what are you hiding and why is it being hidden? Why are we not getting a straight story on what's going on here? Because it's obvious. Rob Thompson is not a liar. Rob Thompson is a straight shooter with the media. Rob Thompson is a guy who has always been credible. He sat there Sunday after the game thinking Bryce was making the trip. Bryce doesn't make the trip. Something happened there. What happened? Tell us what happened.
I don't know.
Then say, well, then what's going on?
Could have just been a flare-up. Could have been like, hey, he was feeling good. He didn't feel good Sunday. Decided not to make the trip. I mean, to me, that's not that big of a deal.
Okay, a flare-up happened when? When he was picking up his luggage to go to the plane?
Maybe. I don't
Aaron
know.
Nola did get a stress fracture from
sneezing. Which, by the way, I don't believe either. I don't believe that story either.
Right. I'm not saying that you're wrong. Like, I'm not trying to say.
No, I get it. And again.
But it's
I'm
just minimal to me.
And Connor, I'm not saying that I'm right either. Like, I want to make that clear. I'm not saying that I'm right. But what I am saying is.
You're just questioning why
what I am saying with 100% certainty is. The Phillies are giving us a bunch of gobbledygook that means nothing, and they're not telling us the story. They know the story of Bryce Harper's injury, and they're not sharing it with us.
Competitive advantage, John.
And
they're playing the school of Nick Sirianni.
But what it tells me is the story I don't believe they want to tell us is that this should have been handled last offseason, and it wasn't. And that is what I believe the punchline of this story is going to be.
So what's the punchline? That he eventually is getting surgery? Or
yeah, at some point, this is going to need to be...
Right, in season, or is this he'll play... Because remember, the report was...
The report what he's going
to play through
Okay,
it,
the report was he's going to play through it. But now, every time he's supposed to be coming back, they keep kicking it back. He's supposed to be back in Florida. Nope, not coming back in Florida. Not even making the trip. Well, could he be back for the Mets? No, no. Well, probably not the Mets. Maybe for the Astros. He's still got the cast on. What does he have a cast on for? Can you have an explanation for that?
That one, I would imagine, is sometimes the precautionary thing.
Here's the thing:
how many times in football do we see the guy that's in the walking boot,
right,
but it has not, like...
Well,
it's nothing serious.
Well, here's what I'd like, is that instead of you having to imagine it...
Yeah. You just want to be told.
It's simple to have an explanation.
Yeah.
But I believe when all is said and done, I believe I will be proven right. And that the explanation will be, this could have been handled last offseason, and it wasn't.
I think that's HIPAA.
And it wasn't handled. No, because it's just like with Joel Embiid.
When's the Olympics or World Baseball? Is he going to play?
Stop it.
Like Joel Embiid.
Is Bryce Harper going to play in the World Baseball
Classic? Last offseason with Joel Embiid, when he could have handled something and he didn't, and it screwed up the season. Last offseason, this is something that was from last May of 24 is when this began. Nothing was handled with
There you go, Johnny. March 5th through the 17th of 2026. World Baseball Classic. Bryce Harper will be in it. And it's going to piss you off.
Oh, no. If it screws up.
And you know what?
Hey,
I can't wait for it.
It's going to screw up another. You want another Phillies season screwed up?
Oh, I want another week of you.
No, you don't. You don't want another Phillies season screwed up because this one is being screwed up because something wasn't taken care of last offseason.
I like it when you're angry, Johnny.
I don't want it. I want to win.
All right, we'll check our text line next segment on this Phillies discussion. What is it that you like about this team? What is it that you don't like about this team? I imagine we'll get more from the don't like crew.
Really?
Yeah.
I don't
That's what we get all the time.
You might get that. There's definitely out there. I think more people like it. I think more people like it.
All right. Well, we'll check the text messages coming up next at 610-632-0975. We also have some Eagles stuff to get into to start the 7 o'clock hour. Dave Zangaro of NBC Sports Philadelphia has his 5 biggest concerns for the 2025 Eagles. How close are they to what we have talked about? And are they even that big of concerns, Johnny? It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Abel showing some growth. I'm Connor Thomas, and the Phillies won their 5th straight last night, taking down the Marlins 5-2. Trey Turner had a nice night at the dish, 3 for 5, 2 RBIs, a leadoff home run. He's on a heater right now. He leads the National League in hits. A great season so far from Trey. And Mick Abel went 5 strong innings. He allowed only 1 run. Rob Thompson talked about his growth in the early part of his major league career after the game.
Again, second inning, he got in some trouble and worked out of it, and then right back out in the third, 4th, and 5th, he gave us 3 good innings. So he's growing.
bounce back from a bit of a rougher start against the Cubs. You'll love to see that. The Phillies will face the Marlins again tonight at 6:10 p.m., a little bit earlier because the Stanley Cup Finals is down there in Florida. Jesus Luzardo faces his old team for the first time. Cal Quantrill goes for Miami. The Thunder took down the Pacers 121-109 last night. They take a 3-2 lead in the NBA Finals. OKC can close it out in Game 6. The Florida Panthers are also one win away. They can close out the Stanley Cup Finals with a win tonight over the Oilers. Puck drop is at 8 p.m. Amy Fadul will join us for the entire 9 o'clock hour. This update is brought to you by Allstate. Some people just know you could save money on car insurance by checking Allstate first. So what are you waiting for? Check Allstate first for a quote today. You're in good hands with Allstate. I'm Connor Thomas on the home of the NBA Finals in Philadelphia. 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Vacation? Business trip? Don't worry.
Sunny days and ocean blue. Waves are calling me and you. Surfboard ready, time to ride. Feel the freedom, feel the tide. Summer on the beach, oh yeah, oh yeah. Walking on the sand, no care. Surfing in the sun. Sunny days and ocean blue. Waves are calling me and you. Surfboard ready, time to ride. Feel the freedom, feel the tide. Summer on the beach, oh yeah, oh yeah. Walking on the sand, no care. Surfing in the sun. Sunny days and ocean blue. Waves are calling me and you. Surfboard ready, time to ride. Feel the freedom, feel the tide. Summer on the beach, oh yeah, oh yeah. Walking on the sand, no care. Surfing in the sun. Sunny days and ocean blue. Waves are calling me and you. Surfboard ready, time to ride. Feel the freedom, feel the tide. Summer on the beach, oh yeah, oh yeah. Walking on the sand, no care. Surfing in the sun.
It's 97.5 The Fanatic. We'll get to some Eagles talk here to start the 7 o'clock hour. But I'm curious what the text line is saying this morning, Connor. You can text the show at 610-632-0975. As we talk about the Phillies, who win again last night, beating the Marlins 5-2. Another good night for Trey Turner. Batting average up to 306
That was a
on
nice
the
pop.
season.
Connor was excited first swing. I saw.
Dead center right away. I mean, that's
good start.
great.
That sounded great off the bat.
It did.
Someone tried to old takes expose me because I said this is going to be fun. They're like, file this away for later. Like, it's the Marlins, you losers.
Someone really did that?
Yeah, they think I'm going to get got. Not me, though.
On a Marlins game? Really? My gosh.
They're coming after me. They don't like to see me win, Johnny.
Phil's got the win. 2 more runs in the 9th inning. It's nice seeing insurance runs.
Alec Boehm with a clutch hit.
Big 2-run
Late.
single. I mean, that's good.
He's been on a little bit of a heater.
Which is good.
We like seeing that.
Need to see, and he lifted the ball in the final game against the Blue Jays.
Couldn't believe it.
There's 2 home runs in the last 6 days.
Where's Bryson
for Alec
Stott?
Boehm?
Now that's what we need Stott to start to come out of this.
Yes, absolutely.
This has
Because
been
we
bad.
saw it in April.
But this
Then
has
we
been
saw
bad.
a horrible May,
this
which
has
is
been bad.
bled into June. His batting average now down to 236.
You guys worried about the elbow at all with the kind of almost hyperextension look on that swing late?
Yeah. Now, was that why he's been struggling? I don't think so.
No,
I think
but
that
I'm
just
saying
happened.
going
Yeah, I
forward.
mean,
No, I do worry about it though. It's
He had that last year, and it really messed him up.
was it the elbow last year or the wrist? What was
I
last
think it was elbow.
But by the way, last year's injury was never really talked about until all of a sudden the season ends. Like, oh, by the way, this is why he hasn't been playing well.
and again, it's another thing.
Another Phillies ailment.
Where I swear to you, they just there's an agenda just to be like, no, can't say it. Just can't say it. I just don't understand.
Since May 1st, let me get this for you. It's a big sample size.
That is a big sample
Since
size.
May 1st. Oh, God.
How bad? 7 weeks of baseball.
In 156 plate appearances, his batting average is 193. And that's why he's not in the leadoff spot anymore. And by the way, they made the right decision.
By the way, they did.
Trey Turner, either lefties or righties. Man, it's like we've been talking about that for 2 years. Unbelievable.
No, they really did do a nice. That was a good decision.
Yeah.
Again, that's a very good decision that they made.
But that's one where I won't give them. I won't applaud them. I'm sorry. I don't applaud you for doing something that we all think was a good idea.
no, but I'm going to say thank you for finally doing it though.
It's not worthy of a thanks.
I got you.
Hey, you know what? Not worthy of a thanks.
So if
That's a
we're-
thumbs up. Like,
So
all right,
in other words-
good job, buddy.
If someone as dopey as me can figure it out, then you.
Yeah, I'll go backhanded. Good job, buddy.
Okay, I
Like,
got
I'm
you.
not saying thanks. Like, we've been talking about this for years.
Little pat in the head.
What do we got on the text line, Connor?
Troy from Lancaster checks in on what he does or doesn't like on the Phillies. And you're right, Andy, it's a doesn't like. He says, I hate how the Phillies are afraid of change. I'm tired of seeing the same old Phillies doing the same old thing every year. I'm ready for them to make big moves and switch up coaching.
Well, they're not going to do that now, right? So, okay.
Nothing's happening with coaching now.
Yeah.
And the thing is that it's just not going to. There will be coaching change at the end of the year, though.
If they fall short of.
If this team goes out like they went out last year,
Yeah,
I don't believe Rob will be the manager next year.
I agree with you.
So they'll
I agree
move,
with
and
you.
because then it'll just be descending returns, and
Now, he said
got it.
coaching. So,
well, that has to.
but
be
I'm trying to. Does he have a problem with the running it back of the players? Because to me, that's where it starts. Like Dave, that's why I always go back to the Dombrowski thing. Like this season, and the tone that was set from upstairs with Dave Dombrowski running it back, saying it's okay what happened last year to the Mets. Let's try this again. That's where it all went wrong to begin with. Now, again, not wrong to the point where they're not going to make the playoffs. They're a playoff team. We picked them to win the division.
Sure.
There's still a very good chance that happens. But since spring training, the message hasn't changed. This team made a mistake coming back with the exact same roster that wasn't good enough to get out of the first round of the playoffs.
And
last year.
again, that should bother. Much like you're
That should
saying
bother
about-
everybody.
Much like Bryson Stott with the, you're not going to give them a pat in the back.
Yeah.
If someone as dopey as me was saying all along, "What are you doing, rolling it back? What are you doing, rolling it back?" Then they should have seen that.
Yeah.
They should have seen
They
it.
absolutely should have. What else are we got on the text line, Connor?
All right, we also have a check-in here from Colby in Central PA who says fundamental baseball defensively is going to be crucial in the playoffs also, like when Marsh the other night tried to get someone out at third instead of keeping the double play in order. That's something I don't like with this team.
That's been. You know what I would just say is like pour yourself a stiff drink. This team's fundamentals are poor. They've been poor since Rob Thompson took over, and they've never gotten better.
Now, we talked to Boog Shambi, what was that, last week?
Yep.
And he kind of brought up how in the postseason that stuff isn't really as important. He
doesn't think it's as important. Yes,
Yeah.
he does not.
So do you buy that? I mean,
I do. I remember last year. I remember games in the postseason where I remember like I don't know if it was Stott or Turner with a misplay that cost them in a playoff game. It was last year against the Mets. I think things matter, and things do matter.
Yeah, certain things, and it's funny.
But Boog, though, again, Boog's calling those games, Connor, so he's eyeballing them. He's there.
Yeah.
Here's my
he's
thing.
there. He's the World Series voice. I mean, he's there in the building, so I do trust his opinion.
right, like Trey making an error can mess up a game. We've seen that. But at the end of the day, if Trey Turner played perfect defense against the Mets last year, the Phillies still lose that series.
Right, they're still losing that series. Now, it's funny. And
But running into outs and doing stupid stuff like that.
Right. And you're listening to 97.5 The Fanatic, WP, and WP in HD1, Burlington, Philadelphia, a BZ Media Group station broadcasting live from the Comcast Business Studio, powering possibilities. When I was in spring training in Clearwater, and I did that Q&A with Larry and Jason Worth,
Okay.
Larry, I loved it. Larry was so spot on. Somebody asked a question during the Q&As about like analytics and the usage of it and how it's obviously gotten bigger and bigger in Major League Baseball. And he was talking about it, and sometimes it bothers him, right, as an old school baseball guy. But
Right.
he also understands that there is information that is necessary over the course of a season. And then he said, but you know what? Come playoff time, all that stuff seems to go out the window. Maybe pitching matchups obviously still matters, but small ball comes back in the playoffs. Trying to drive in runs because every run matters in baseball playoffs, that comes back.
Yeah, but the thing is,
why is it that you can play a season a specific way for 162 games and then come playoff time you're going back to your old ways?
See, Navy, here's what I'd say to Larry is that I've seen with the Phillies, they can't play it, though. So when it comes to the postseason, the Phillies cannot play that brand of ball.
Except for JT Realmuto.
They don't know how to play it. So that doesn't make sense to me. They don't play that brand of ball all year long, and then in the postseason, when you want to be able to play it, you haven't played it, and they don't know how to play it.
Well, this year they've been playing more of it.
They have been playing more of it. They absolutely have.
I mean, they won a game with literally small ball just last week.
Like 4 bunts.
Yeah.
Which was shocking.
How about that? It was amazing. All right, so obviously the Phillies text, keep them coming at 610-632-0975. Stuff that makes you confident about this team, stuff that makes you a naysayer, because there's a lot of that. But we're also going to open up some Eagles stuff to start the 7 o'clock hour, Johnny, because Dave Zangaro did his 5 biggest concerns about the Eagles entering the 2025 season. Of course, Dave Zangaro of NBC Sports Philadelphia. And we'll react to this more coming up in the next segment.
I purposely didn't read it.
Oh, I like that.
To try to be surprised and try to see if how I react to his thoughts, because Dave does a really good job.
Dave does a really good job.
And he has his eyeballs on it all the
Yeah.
time, so I trust it.
And he has reasons for all of it. Like, it's not just he throws it out there and says, this is my top 11, let's react. Like, no, this is my top 5, and I will give you a reason for all 5. So at number 5.
Running into Cooper DeJean at every single place? Every single night spot?
No.
Isn't. Okay.
Number 5, difficult schedule. And he
Okay.
says no matter how you look at it, the Eagles do have a very difficult schedule in 2025. You can look at 2024 results, 2025 projected win totals, or even 2025 Super Bowl odds, and it all points to the same thing. It's a tough schedule. Hold on. He continues. Look at you.
No, I'm going to say I disagree already.
Disruptive in
Glad I
class.
didn't read.
Disruptive.
Yes, it is.
You know what? Yes.
There it is.
John Kincade is reliving his childhood.
Sister Mary Fatima would say.
Do we have a ruler?
I see it factually incorrect.
A ruler. He continues. It's not an unfair schedule in terms of rest or travel or anything like that. It's just tough because the Eagles play a lot of really good teams. This year, the NFC East plays the AFC West and the NFC North, the 2 divisions in the NFL that last season had 3 teams win 10-plus games. On top of that, the Eagles have a first-place schedule setting up tough matchups. There aren't many layups this year. The Eagles played just 3 games against teams that won 5 or fewer games last year. The Giants in weeks 6 and 8, the Bears in week 13, the Raiders in week 15. The good news is the Eagles are supremely talented and could very well be favored in most of their games except week 17 in Buffalo. So he does say it's a tough schedule, but it's not like it's this gauntlet or anything like that, which we have said.
But he brings up Super Bowl odds. The Super Bowl odds of the Eagles Super Bowl odds. The Eagles are the favorites to win the Super Bowl.
Okay, but
which they
teams-
weren't last year.
Do you have them in front of you?
I mean, I know who relatively who
the
they
top
are.
5, obviously, Chiefs are in there.
Chiefs are in there. Detroit's in there.
Buffalo's in there. All right, and you're playing 2 of those teams right away. 3 of those teams.
But the Eagles are the favorites.
Okay.
So that means taking into consideration everything that Dave just wrote about, the Eagles are the favorites.
Yeah, but they're playing. That doesn't mean they're not good teams.
No, but they're looking at the schedule. The odds makers have looked at the schedule, taken that into consideration, and said, yeah, we take that all into consideration, and the Eagles are still the favorites.
Yeah, but that doesn't make it not a difficult schedule.
It does, but they're still the favorites to win the Super Bowl.
I got you.
So Super
Somebody's
Bowl
gotta
odds.
be.
But he says when Super Bowl odds come into play, I'm like, yeah, they're the Super Bowl favorites.
Yes, when Super Bowl odds come into play, and you're playing 3 teams in the top 5. So
Yes.
that makes it tough.
Sure.
So I
And Vegas says you're the best of the bunch.
Yeah.
Yeah,
which
so the
is
top
amazing.
5 right now on the odds, just to give it to you. Eagles 1, Bills 2, Ravens 3, Chiefs 4,
Ravens.
Lions 5.
That was
and you're playing the Bills, Chiefs, and Lions this season. That makes it different.
That was in my Father's Day card, by the way. Liv wrote, repeat, Super Bowl 60, Eagles 35, Ravens 21.
Oh, she's got a score prediction in the card?
She wrote, in my Father's Day card, we will be celebrating a Eagles Super Bowl repeat, Eagles 35, Ravens 21.
You have to, in honor of your daughter, you have to make a future bet of Eagles versus Ravens. Because you can bet
that's
that,
a good
right?
idea. Right,
Super
I
Bowl
can.
matchup bet.
Right, I can. I'll do that.
You know what? Bang. Do that on your
That's
on
a
your
great
Parks
idea. I'll do it
app
on the Bet Parks app.
in honor of your daughter.
That's it. And I'll make a bet for the 2 of us.
Yeah, all right. That's beautiful.
That's a good idea. 35-21, she says an exact score, too. If that ends up being the game, then I got to make
you
like
get
an
to bet the
exact score. Yeah.
Here are the other 4, and then we'll react to this more coming up next. Saquon coming off the huge workload.
Okay.
Defense can't overcome losses. Not enough pass rush is number 2. And the offense won't evolve
Because of Kevin
is
Patullo?
number 1.
He doesn't bring up Kevin Patullo.
Well, that's part of the
I guess.
explanation
Oh, okay, good.
of the offense.
I want to
won't
hear that
evolve.
one, too. Because
So-
he's seen him, so he
Yes.
knows a little more.
So I want to react to this coming up next. Do you have any that weren't in his top 5? Do we have our own order? Are there some that you aren't concerned about? Like John is clearly not concerned about the schedule. We'll react more to this list, and I'll tell you what he wrote about Kevin Patullo next. It is Kincade and Salciunas on this Tuesday morning, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Ricky Bo, Bill Colarulo.
Aaron Nola, as of today.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Sunny days and ocean blue. Waves are calling me and you. Surfboard ready, time to ride. Feel the freedom, feel the tide. Summer on the beach, oh yeah, oh yeah. Walking on the sand, no care. Surfing in the sun, so free. Just the beach, the waves and me. Yeah, 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 yeah. Sunny days and ocean blue. Waves are calling me and you. Surfboard ready, time to ride. Feel the freedom, feel the tide. Summer on the beach, oh yeah, oh yeah. Walking on the sand, no care. Surfing in the sun, so free. Just the beach, the waves and me. Yeah, 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 yeah. Sunny days and ocean blue. Waves are calling me and you. Surfboard ready, time to ride. tide. Summer on the beach, oh yeah, walking on the sand, no care, surfing in the sun, so free, just the beach, the waves and me. Yeah, 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 yeah. Sunny days and ocean blue. Waves are calling me and you. Surfboard ready, time to ride. Feel the freedom, feel the tide. Summer on the beach, oh yeah, walking on the sand, no care, surfing in the sun, so free, just the beach, the waves and me. Yeah, 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 yeah. Sunny days and ocean blue. Waves are calling me and you. Surfboard ready, time to ride. Feel the freedom, feel the tide. Summer on the beach, oh yeah, walking on the sand, no care, surfing in the sun, so free, just the beach, the waves and me.
11 here on Kincade Salciunas 97.5, The Fanatic.
We prefer Wawa.
Real quick, before we get to back to this Dave Zangaro top 5 biggest concerns for the Eagles, have you been following the journey of this guy that had the 5-pick futures parlay?
I have not.
There's a kid who put down $13 for the Dodgers to win the World Series.
So he
which
won that
happened
one.
last year. The New York Liberty to win the WNBA championship. He got that. The Eagles to win the Super Bowl.
Okay, so he's got 3.
And then he has the Thunder and Edmonton.
Well, he's losing Edmonton.
Oh, I don't know.
Yep. He's losing
So
Edmonton.
his $13 bet had a cash out of $270,000, or it would win $270,000 if all that hit. And at one point last week,
Could he have cashed out?
he could have cashed out for over $100,000.
Why didn't he?
I don't know.
What a dope. What's his cash out now? Do you know?
It's down to $39,000.
He should cash out today.
Do it today. Dude.
Do it
Nope.
today, you dope.
No, don't nope.
Let it ride.
No,
Dude.
you don't let it ride.
He goes from $13 to almost, it's $39,900. So
That's you get $40,000. You take it and you say that was
that is a
great
year's
bet.
salary.
That was
for
a
people,
great
right?
bet.
Like,
It
dude,
was a great bet.
I don't understand these people that don't cash out, especially when it was like over $100,000. Like, I get it. You're hoping to get $270,000.
When it was over $100,000, he should have cashed out and said, "I did great work there," because Edmonton and that series was a toss up at best.
Yeah.
At best. That should have been a walk away.
Hold the line, kid.
No,
Nah, dude,
no.
that's
Edmonton, here's the point
I
where
would
you
never want to take any
potentially do
financial
it.
advice from you. My
It's not
God.
financial advice.
Yes,
He's
it is.
He's
Are you
gambling?
Yes, and he has a
got
chance
40
to make
grand
40
right
grand
now.
in the
Take it
pocket.
this
That
morning.
is financial
No, you
advice.
don't.
You guys are soft.
No,
I didn't
40
realize.
grand,
God,
you take
yeah.
it.
Didn't realize.
Yes.
Man, if you
40
had-
grand, you
if-
take
if-
it and run.
I would smack you. If it was you, I would smack you
I would
upside the
too.
head. I would knock your ass out and then go on your app yourself and
take
cash
it.
it out for you.
That's fraud. You'd be in jail. And
we,
assault, brother.
no, we'd take his phone and do it, and then they wouldn't be able to prove it.
yeah.
Wouldn't be able to prove it.
We'd have Haley turn off the YouTube cameras
Right,
and we'd
we
take
would
care
do
of
it.
the
We'd
rest.
take his phone and we would cash
I
out.
just don't. I don't get the people that do this whole let it ride thing. Like $13 to $100,000. You won.
And more, he should have walked away at that point and said, "Man, I had a great run." That was awesome.
bro. Make all the money you can.
he's doing it for social
revisit
media.
End of the week.
He did it for social media clout.
Probably. Well, and he's got the Bleacher Report
Right,
gambling
exactly.
follows him around now.
And
they
then
fly him
now,
all
yeah.
over the place.
And when they won't be when he loses.
Yeah. No, exactly.
Exactly.
And
if
now,
he loses.
When he loses.
he's going to lose $13.
He's going to lose.
He's going to lose $13.
He'll be back to being, yes. the
He's
kid
3
who
wins
almost won.
away.
The kid who almost won.
Unbelievable.
Oh,
All
my
right.
God.
Let's react to this. So, number one concern for Dave Zangaro, offense won't evolve.
All right.
The Eagles' passing offense came through in a major way in the NFC Championship game in the Super Bowl. Players are always suspected that it would, and they proved it on the biggest stages. But now the Eagles have another new offensive coordinator in Kevin Patullo, another new quarterbacks coach to lead Jalen Hurts and the Eagles' offense into 2025. Last season, the Eagles had the number 2 rushing offense in the NFL behind a once-in-a-lifetime running back performance from Saquon Barkley, behind the best offensive line in football. It wouldn't be wise for the Eagles to suddenly abandon the run in 2025, but defenses are going to do everything they can to try to stop Barkley, and the Eagles have to be able to respond. Their 29th ranked passing offense from last year is probably going to have to get better or at least more consistent.
Who was the head of that passing offense?
Well, Kellen Moore was the offensive coordinator, but Kevin Patullo was the passing games coordinator.
Yep.
Kellen Moore was supposed to bring all these fresh ideas and new looks, but those changes were more subtle, and now he's gone after a year and is being replaced by Patullo, who has been with Sirianni since before they came to Philly in 2021. It's unfair to simply link Patullo and Sirianni and say that they're basically the same offensive mind, but we'll need to see how Patullo handles the offense and how he handles the responsibility of being the play caller. Patullo might be really good at it, but we won't know until September 4th.
He does a great job. Dave Zangaro does a great job, I think, of playing the that could be like a Bill Colarulo monologue of explaining it from both sides.
Yeah.
Of how somebody could take it on both sides. But to me I don't know where the Eagles offense having to evolve. When you're
Well, to what he said, defenses are going to do whatever they're going to line up the box.
Okay.
They're going to see what the Chiefs did with Saquon Barkley.
And they will. And, well, first off, do they have the personnel to be able to do what the Chiefs did? I doubt that. The Chiefs have a top 7 or 8 defense.
And that front is ridiculous.
75% of the teams in the league do not have the Chiefs defense to be able to execute the plan that the Chiefs executed in the Super Bowl. So I would doubt that they can do that. I do think it's important to make sure that you don't count on Saquon to have the year he had last year.
Right.
And
that was his number 4th, Saquon coming off the huge workload. And
Right.
he had the list of players that had X amount of attempts, and then the next year, the fall off. You've done that a couple of times.
But it's not, remember, there are many that did not have huge drop-offs, but they had drop-offs. But they didn't have, like, drop-offs where you go, oh, my God.
Right, like
they're terrible.
O.J. Simpson in 73.
Now, he had quite the drop-off.
Yeah, he
but
did.
that was later after he retired.
Like, O.J. went from 2,000 yards to 1,100. That's a major drop-off, but he was still a 1,000-yard rusher, right?
Yes, which back then, a 1,000-yard rusher mattered.
Right, exactly. Barry Sanders, he rushed for over 2,000 yards and then had 1,500 the next
Which
year.
was still spectacular.
Like 1,500
back
yards.
then, it mattered.
If you told me right now I could pencil in 1,500 yards for Saquon Barkley, I'm in.
Yeah. Because what I can pencil in is more yardage for what I'm waiting for the breakout year for Dallas Goedert, which has never come. Like, that year never comes. And every year we talk about it. Mm-hmm. Every summer we talk about, is this the year Dallas Goedert breaks out? It never happens.
Yeah, a little late for a breakout for him at this point.
You think there is a shelf life on
breakouts?
Yeah.
By the way, hard to break out when you also have AJ and Devontae and Saquon and hurts his legs and
but when the passing offense is 29th, you got to have your tight end needs to contribute to being a bit of a breakout.
Does he
year.
though?
You can also point out the wide receivers if we're talking about we can't
but the wide receivers.
You can't just blame Dallas Goedert for the 29th ranked passing.
Look at the wide
offense.
receivers' numbers last year. Look at their numbers. Pull them up.
Okay.
Where do they finish? Those guys their numbers aren't bad.
Less than normal.
Yeah, but their numbers aren't bad by NFL standards at all.
Here we go.
Come on now.
Hold on. God, how quick do you? I don't have an Excel spreadsheet like you.
Okay, there you see. Now you want one.
Yeah. AJ had just over 1,000 yards. Devontae Smith at 833. Which is less than what he's
AJ
normally.
missed time.
But
that's the only reason
they both missed time. They both.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, and so
that's the reason.
Dallas Goedert.
Well, that's the reason the numbers are down. Well, Dallas Goedert's going to miss all the time.
Yeah, of course. hours.
We just know that's happening.
And you know what? I'm glad that he's back.
Pencil it in.
All right, so here's the deal.
You
Coming
would have
up
been
next,
borderline devastated.
I would have been.
Borderline.
Coming up next, this show is about fairness. So we did the top 5 biggest concerns according to Dave Zangaro. What I want to do is bounce back with the things that we're confident in. And it's amazing to feel great about your right tackle. And it is good to know that he feels great too. Lane Johnson said something that made me fired up the other day. That and other things that make us confident next. It's Kincade Salciunas here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Phils take down the Fish. I'm Connor Thomas, and the Phillies won their 5th straight game last night, taking down the Marlins 5-2. Trey Turner went 3 for 5 with 2 RBIs, including a leadoff homer in the game. He leads the National League in hits. Mick Abel also went 5 strong innings, allowing only 1 run. Rob Thompson talked about Mick Abel's growth after the game.
Again, second inning, he got in some trouble and worked out of it, and then right back out in the third, 4th, and 5th, he gave us 3 good innings. So he's growing.
The starting pitching has been great for the Phils recently. We'll see if that continues tonight with Jesus Luzardo facing his former team. The Phillies play the Marlins at 6:10 p.m. Cal Quantrill on the mound for Miami. The Thunder took down the Pacers 120-109 last night. A 3-2 lead now is OKC's in the NBA Finals. They're just 1 win away from a championship. The Florida Panthers find themselves in the same situation, 1 win away. They can close out the Stanley Cup Finals with a win tonight over the Oilers. Puck drop is at 8 p.m. Amy Fadul will join us for the entire 9 o'clock hour. This update is brought to you by Allstate. Some people just know you could save money on car insurance by checking Allstate first. So what are you waiting for? Check Allstate first for a quote today. You're in good hands with Allstate. I'm Connor Thomas for the home of the NBA Finals in Philadelphia. 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5 The Fanatic.
Sunny days and ocean blue. Waves are calling me and you. Surfboard ready, time to ride. Feel the freedom, feel the tide. Summer on the beach, oh yeah, oh yeah. Walking on the sand, no care. Surfing in the sun. Sunny days and ocean blue. Waves are calling me and you. Surfboard ready, time to ride. Feel the freedom, feel the tide. Summer on the beach, oh yeah, oh yeah. Walking on the sand, no care. Surfing in the sun. Sunny days and ocean blue. Waves are calling me and you. Surfboard ready, time to ride. Feel the freedom, feel the tide. Summer on the beach, oh yeah, oh yeah. Walking on the sand, no care. Surfing in the sun. Sunny days and ocean blue. Waves are calling me and you. Surfboard ready, time to the freedom, feel the tide. Summer on the beach, oh yeah, oh yeah. Walking on the sand, no care. Surfing in the sun, so free. Just the beach, the waves and me. Yeah, 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 yeah. Sunny days and ocean blue. Waves are calling me and you. Surfboard ready, time to ride. Feel the freedom, feel the tide. Summer on the beach, oh yeah, oh yeah. Walking on the sand, no care. Surfing in the sun, so free. Just the beach, the waves and me. Yeah, 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 yeah.
Junis 97.5, The Fanatic. Check out the deal of the week. Another great one down the Jersey Shore.
Is this Ocean City from what I'm saying, too?
It is. And
We're going to be there in a couple weeks. Can't
I
wait.
was a frequent attender of this location. Get 2 Ocean City Water Park and Adventure Golf tickets for the price of 1. Beat the heat and splash into fun in Ocean City, New Jersey this summer with thrilling slides, a lazy river, and an exciting mini golf course. Get this exclusive offer while supplies last at 975thefanatic.com/deals. That's one of my favorite mini golf courses on the Ocean City Boardwalk because you're going through the water park. Kind
you
of. You're,
love-
you're kind of above it, but
You're above it.
You're under slides. Like a couple of the holes, you're under the slides. So every once in a while, you got to make sure that you're not getting splashed on.
I like the upper mini golf. I like getting the breeze.
being up on top. Yeah.
I love getting the breeze. I love having to
Wildwood-
wear.
I like the one on Wildwood where it's the double decker.
Oh,
That's
sure.
a cool
I
place.
like wearing the hood. I want to wear a hoodie. Like I want to have to wear
I
something
gotcha.
light at night.
that nice
I
summer
love it.
breeze.
Oh, can't wait.
boardwalk breeze. but-
Cannot wait. Ocean City in a couple weeks.
Yeah, check out this deal of the week right now. And again, I love that place. I used to go to that water park. That was like
That was your water park?
When we did the 1 week vacation, there was always the water park day.
There it is.
Just kind of mix it
Would
up
you
a
pick
little
the
bit.
bad weather day to be your water park day? Like the day where it wasn't a good beach day?
Yeah.
Because that was always that's the beauty of it too. With this pass, you pick the day.
Yeah.
So if you're going down the shore for a week, you pick the day that maybe isn't going to be the best beach day.
Right.
The water park always is a great day.
And nothing was better for my parents when I got to the age where they could just sort of let me
Let you go.
And like
Yes.
they may have still been there, but like, hey, find us in the lazy river.
Exactly.
And
Or find us on a lounge chair.
right, yeah, exactly. All right, so Lane Johnson,
What's he excited about? I love this.
he spoke with Ruben Frank, NBC Sports Philadelphia. So we did the Dave Zangaro list. Now we're going to go with his compadre.
Rube does great
Rube.
work. Doesn't like me, but he does great work.
Lane Johnson. He asked him about, how he's feeling because he's 35 years old. Like, Lane Johnson's not a little pup anymore.
Right.
Quote, I feel like I'm getting close to my peak.
What?
Not retirement,
What?
my peak. As weird as it is to say, but that's truly how I feel. Maybe they need to do a combine for guys 10 years in the league to see how they do compared to 10 years ago,
Wow.
which would actually be kind of cool.
So maybe he
seeing Lane
feels-
Johnson doing a cone drill at 35.
Maybe he feels more finely tuned.
Maybe.
Maybe more skilled between the ears.
More skilled in terms of taking care of your body.
Right.
Because that's a big big part of it, right?
And now, let's be honest, because Lane has spoken about it.
Mm-hmm.
He now has found ways to take care of his body without shortcutting.
Correct. Yep.
Twice, which he did.
Yep.
And I appreciate that because he's been very honest about it.
Yes, he has.
Which most have not been when they do. So I love hearing that. I have a feeling, though, much like we learned over the weekend, that we got 2 more years of Wheeler after
Yep.
this one.
Which Jason Stark straight up told me at spring training
There
2
you go.
seasons ago.
And it's almost like that, yeah, and then Yeah.
And then you find out, no.
So
Jason Stark still knows a thing or two about what's going on with the Philadelphia Phillies.
It could be, so.
That's why I listen. Every week he's on, I listen to him.
That's because you never know what he's going to get.
But you clearly know that. You find out that he knows something. He said that about Wheeler the day he signed the extension.
Yep.
So he knows a thing or two. But that's good to hear. Look, Lane Johnson might only have a couple years left, right? But
sure.
I'm sorry to take a shot at Jason Peters because Jason Peters is a Hall of Famer and he was a great Eagle for 5-6 years, like a tremendous. Well, no, even more than that. Tremendous Eagle. The last couple of years, I think we were all kind of waiting for him to announce retirement, and then that continued when he played with the Bears and the Cowboys, the Seahawks. He bounced around. Like Lane Johnson, I haven't gotten that feeling like, man, he's getting up there. Like he doesn't look like he's old on the field.
And this team doesn't win when he's not on the field.
Yeah.
Which is troubling. Like that makes you it
just shows how good he is.
And it's still knowing that they don't have his replacement on the roster. That would be one of my top 5.
Well, if he tells him I'm just entering my peak.
Because what I'm saying to you is that when you got a guy who is 35 and you got a guy who they've proven when he's not in the lineup, this team does not win. This team does not play well. I am freaked out that if Lane Johnson goes down, this team doesn't go anywhere.
Yeah. The record's there.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I hear you there, and you're like, yeah. I'm like, yeah. This team goes nowhere when Lane Johnson's out. Lane Johnson goes to a big injury. This team could be screwed.
You could say that about most teams, right tackles, though. Not to Lane Johnson degree, but like if any of the Super Bowl contenders lose their starting tackle on either side of the line, it really hurts their chances.
Their record with them
is unbelievable.
Long career. This is he's played 12 seasons. This will be his 13th year in the NFL. Their record with them 102-55-1. That's a winning percentage of just under 65%.
Record without him?
15-23.
And their offensive production is lame without him. It's lame to lame. They go from lame to lame.
Points per game with him, 26.4. Points without
19?
him. It's still in the 20s, but
it is
22.5. It's still a 4-point drop.
That's a huge drop off.
That's a more than a field goal. That changes how the game plays out. So, and third down percentage, 43% with him, 38% without him. Fourth down percentage.
Yeah.
61% with him. Now, the push, obviously, over the years has inflated that number, but without him, just 41%. That's a 19% drop-off.
Telling you, that would be one of my 5, is thinness. The thinness on the roster at a few really critical positions.
That would be one of your top, okay.
Yeah, it would be one of my top 5. If I was doing a Dave Zangaro type piece, if I could write as well as Dave Zangaro.
Now, so let's react to Zangaro's a little bit with the positive. So his top 5 again, top 5 biggest concerns. Tough schedules, number 5. Saquon coming off the huge workload is 4. Defense can't overcome losses is 3. Not enough pass rush is 2. And number 1 is the offense won't evolve. It was more so a Kevin Patullo thing. So let's go step by step here. So you've already made it clear
reshuffle
the
his
schedule.
List. Yeah, I'd reshuffle his list. Like 1 would be the pass rush for me. Like if I was taking his list and reshuffling it around. But no, 1 would be the pass rush.
Really? You've been worried about Patullo since the day he got hired.
One, if you're doing the whole team, if I'm doing offense, it's Patullo. If I'm doing the whole team,
pass rush is number 1.
It's the pass rush thinness. Absolutely. It's pass rush.
See, I look at
Yep.
Well,
there's just it's great to say that we believe that these guys are going to ascend. But look, as big a fan as I am of Nolan Smith, and I've watched Nolan since he came to the University of Georgia.
Mm-hmm.
I saw Nolan Smith come on the scene around Thanksgiving.
Right.
And up until that point, we were talking about Nolan Smith being a non-factor. So I am not ready to say, Nolan Smith's arrived and he's ready to step in and be an impact player.
Hear what you're saying?
I need to see a lot more. And is he the number 1 option? That's a problem for me. That's a problem of as far as faith.
So
me having faith.
So let's respond to each negative with a positive. Okay, so very tough schedule. You've been very clear.
Yeah, I disagree because the schedule came out, and the Eagles' Super Bowl odds to win the Super Bowl went up. They got better. So the league looked at it, the experts looked at it and said, no, the Eagles got this. they can handle that schedule. That's fine. The way it worked out is not a problem.
4.
So we look at it one way.
Saquon coming off a huge workload, which I can respond with, okay, maybe they do get a little bit less from him.
What if 2,000 becomes 1,500 right now? We both sign in blood?
Yeah. And
I'll sign in blood this morning.
And Jalen Hurts is whatever yards he had last year goes up 500, 600, 700 yards.
Yeah, I don't see that happening.
Because he has A.J. Brown and Dallas Goedert and Devontae Smith. Maybe his rushing numbers go up
if his numbers go up 400, if Jalen's passing yards go up 400 and Saquon's go down 400, I'm fine. It doesn't matter.
Like to me, I'm...
In fact, I may prefer that.
By the way, he'd have over 3,000 passing yards if that would be the case.
By the way, I'd prefer that to be the case. I'd really like that. Saquon at 1,500, Jalen at 3,500 would make me really happy.
Well, then that's a 600-yard increase, just
that would
like
be
I
great.
said.
That would be great. That'd be wonderful.
Number 3, defense can't overcome the losses. Now, that, to me, I go, all right, how can I spin this one positively, right? Because I can't spin a positive Keely Ringo. Losing Darius Slay and Keely Ringo is my outside corner.
We did this yesterday. Would you like to do the little exercise that we did yesterday?
Yes. What do we got?
Okay. Yesterday, Connor and I did this exercise. And Connor was like, oh, I'm really anxious to do this because I just sprung it on him because I was like, okay, all the players we lost. So if we're just talking the biggest names, Sweat, Milton Williams, Darius Slay, Brandon Graham, those 4. What were we saying about those 4 players? What were you saying about those 4 players and their contributions on June 17th last year?
Josh Sweat disappears. I wasn't Bill Colarulo when it came to Milton Williams. I like him.
I
liked him, but
we were crediting Bill yesterday for that, saying Bill Colarulo was totally drinking that Kool-Aid and trying to get us to join him, and we weren't joining him.
Who are the other 2? Slay.
We both were Slay.
I love.
And we talked about that.
I love Darius Slay.
And Brandon Graham.
Oh, Brandon Graham. I was just hoping to get something out of Brandon Graham.
And so I'm saying is, it's not like the guys who left, we were all saying last year, man, these were big impact guys.
Right.
I mean, Andrew's biggest thing was the pass rush going into the year last year.
Right.
And
I think it was everybody's, right?
For 12 weeks.
It was a thing.
It was a thing. And then it clicked. Now, again, number 2 was not enough pass rush. The one positive spin I can give to your concern, John.
Right.
Jalen Carter makes everybody better.
He does.
And I believe we see another freakish season out of Jalen Carter, and that's going to help everybody.
Come on, freak.
All right, coming up next, we'll check our text messages, both Eagles and Phillies, at 610-632-0975. Also, one former Eagle is now off the John Kincade Christmas card list. It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5, The Fanatic.
Philadelphia Union Soccer.
Sunny days and ocean blue. Waves are calling me and you. Surfboard ready, time to ride. Feel the freedom, feel the tide. Summer on the beach, oh yeah, oh yeah. Walking on the sand, no care. Surfing in the sun, so free. Just the beach, the waves and me. Yeah, 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 yeah. Sunny days and ocean blue. Waves are calling me and you. Surfboard ready, time to ride. Feel the freedom, feel the tide. Summer on the beach, oh yeah, oh yeah. Walking on the sand, no care. Surfing in the sun, so free. Just the beach, the waves and me.
610-632-0975.
calling me and you. Surfboard ready, time to ride. Feel the freedom, feel the tide. Summer on the beach, oh yeah, oh yeah. Walking on the sand, no care. Surfing in the sun, so free. Just the beach, the waves and me. Yeah, 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 yeah. Sunny days and ocean blue. Waves are calling me and you. Surfboard ready, time to ride. Feel the freedom, feel the tide. Summer on the beach, oh yeah, oh yeah. Walking on the sand, no care. Surfing in the sun, so free. Just the beach, the waves and me. Yeah, 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 yeah. Sunny days and ocean blue. Waves are calling me and you. Surfboard ready, time to ride. Feel the freedom, feel the tide. Summer on the beach, oh yeah, oh yeah. Walking on the sand, no care. Surfing in the sun, so free. Just the beach.
Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. All right, let's get to a couple of text messages here before John calls out a former Eagle who just can't stop talking. What do we got on the text line, Connor? Phillies or Eagles related? You can text the show at 610-632-0975.
All right, so we got a lot of stuff on our earlier Phillies conversations, and especially the Harper injury thing. So this texter checks in and says, I see John's reasons for anger, but does he remember the Sixers and Phillies seasons prior to acquiring Embiid and Harper? Don't like what I see now either, but let's put it in perspective. Both these teams were dreadful without those players.
That's not the
Okay,
point.
I'm not-
That's not the point John's trying to make.
That's not the point I'm making. The point I'm making is I just want honesty about the situation.
Yeah.
What is going on?
Mm-hmm.
And they can't give you a straight answer.
Yeah,
This is not a hard thing to give a straight answer about. And I know that Rob Thompson is a man of integrity because I don't know Rob to that degree, so I can't speak to it. But I know enough people in baseball have told me he's a man of integrity. So I know he's not out there lying to us on purpose. That
Yeah, there was another moment earlier this year.
but
where
like it's ridiculous.
what happened earlier this season?
he did say something, and then they did something completely different.
The
I forget
very
what
next.
it
Oh,
was.
Marsh, 3-day.
Marsh, right.
Remember,
yeah.
he was going to take the 3-day
I think-
break, and then he was back in the lineup the next day.
I think I think they are hanging Rob Thompson out to dry with this stuff, and they're leaving Rob to have to answer questions.
Much
and then they're
like
doing
Sam Hinkie did to Brett Brown, where Brett Brown. Look, I know people love Sam Hinkie, and there's like the
It's
obsession
stupidity.
over him. And look, like I'm a pro process guy, but one of the things that I always hated, and remember, I ripped Daryl Morey earlier this year for it. Nick Nurse had to go out there and answer questions that he didn't have any answers for.
which is not fair.
Like at some point, you have to be man enough and go out there and say, all right, let me answer some questions. Don't do the whole, oh, well, I only speak when I'm supposed to speak, right? Because Daryl Morey will speak after the trade
Right.
deadline, all that kind of stuff. Like, no, you're leaving your head coach out to dry. I get it. These guys are getting paid millions of dollars. I understand it. But
No, but this isn't
at
what I
some
want.
point, like at least I will say Dave Dombrowski is pretty good with the media. He's
He
on the
is.
Heyman podcast
Yes.
a lot. So, like, you get some
Yeah,
information
but he goes
there.
to it. He also goes to his mouthpieces.
Correct.
He goes to the guys that they're being fed information to.
Yeah. All right, what else we got on the text line?
All right, we have more on the Harper injury. John V says, do we care if Bryce goes to Florida with the team? I only care that he gets better and performs when he comes back. I care more even that Bryce didn't get the wrist fix in the offseason.
Well, that's what I care. That's what I care about. That's the number one thing I care about is what the hell was going on and how was that missed? How was that missed? That this is something that went on since last May. And by the way, we didn't know about it all last season. All last season, it was kept undercover. And then it was allowed to just be, oh, go rest it. Go rest it for an off season. Whatever that strategy was, that was a poor strategy. Whatever doctor gave him that advice, that doctor gave poor advice.
No, you're right. But then every day I can't come with the same venom of like, oh, he's not on the plane to Florida, so now I'm upset about that again.
He was supposed to be going to Florida.
Right.
I mean, the manager said it after the game. I mean, they're literally, they go from the press conference, they go from Rob talking in his office. Rob literally will shower off, get on the bus, go to the airfield, and they'll leave. I mean, it was like he was surprised by this.
When they said he was traveling in with the intention of playing or traveling?
They did not say that.
Okay.
They just said, they did not say that.
Okay.
They just said, but remember, the time-wise, he could.
Yeah.
Time-wise, he could have.
10-day IL.
But they didn't make that clear, but he was coming on the trip. And then he ends up just not being there.
Yeah, but I don't know. So, like, what's the worst-case scenario of this Bryce doesn't go to Florida storyline? Like, his wrist is done for the year? Like,
no,
whatever's
going on is they're not telling us something.
But I don't think they're hiding, like,
but
his
if let's say he's available
apart.
game one for the Mets, right? Because it's just a three-game road trip.
Well, here's what I'm saying to you is, too. If you watched last night, and again, I'm not saying that Tom McCarthy and John Kruk are the end-all, be-all on giving the medical history. They led the broadcast last night when talked about it on the pregame show. They said, I don't really think we're going to be seeing Bryce this weekend.
Right.
Maybe in Houston. So they already are tap dancing. That means they're hearing stuff. That means they're hearing that there's more of this double talk. So it was the 10-day. And again, I go back to when he was hit on the elbow with the Braves. And they didn't put him on the IL then. When they should have put him on the IL at that point. And they played shorthanded for a week when it ended up costing them. When they played one guy short for a week and they didn't have to. They should have put him on the IL then, knowing he had this wrist issue. But Bryce reportedly didn't want to go on it.
Well, that's the thing. Maybe it's literally just like Bryce wants to go. They don't want him to go. And it's him versus the doctors.
Well,
and they're trying to read the situation. Like, it's
not
tough.
working what they're doing.
Well,
so shut him down and get it fixed. But more importantly,
hang on.
Tell us what's going on.
What do you mean it's not working what they're doing?
It's been going on since last May. So now we are into month 14 of Bryce Harper dealing with his wrist.
Right.
Whatever they have decided to do to deal with whatever he's dealing with is not working because now it's the worst it's been.
It's not a permanent solution, but I wouldn't say it's not working.
It is the worst.
He's playing.
It is the worst it has been, according to Harper. It is the worst it has been.
Right, and maybe this 10 days off resets that enough for him or whatever.
So the 14 months it has dealt with it, he is now worse off than he was at any time.
Right, but that doesn't mean it's going to continue to get worse. Like, it could have just flared up.
I mean, he hit 308 in the month of May, right? Like,
yeah, like
the home runs were only three,
and then it shut, and then it started to got him again, and it's the worst.
And so
been.
Maybe to Connor's point, he can play through it for the rest of the season, and then you get it repaired during the off season.
In his own, to quote Bryce Harper, it took him 2 months to feel good after the season ended. When he was in pain at the end of the year, he shut 2 months of before he felt no pain. So if it's the worst it's ever been, and it took 2 months to feel good at the end of the season with no activity, what's it going to take now?
Here's what's going to happen. He's going to come back soon.
Try to play through it,
and if he can't, then we'll see what happens.
Correct.
That's it. But every day can't be Bryce Harper's wrist hurts. Like, that's going to get exhausting.
Well, it's what it is. I mean, and it's all because of the fact that it was not handled.
Yes, settled.
And
but
it's not.
Every single day with this baseball team can't be Bryce Harper's wrist, Bryce Harper's wrist, Bryce Harper's wrist.
How about just handle, and then how about just coming out and telling us what's going on? Tell us what you saw on the MRI. Tell us what the situation is, because it's not hard to do to just tell us what the situation is. It's not HIPAA. It's nothing.
I know it's not HIPAA.
Tell us what it is. No, but I'm saying, tell us what it is.
All right, coming up next, one Eagle, former Eagle, can't stop talking.
Oh, boy.
And it's getting on John Kincaid's nerves.
You better take him off your Christmas card list,
It's
too.
Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Another win for the Fightins. I'm Connor Thomas and the Phillies. They took their 5th straight W last night, beating the Marlins 5-2. Trey Turner 3 for 5 from the leadoff spot, 2 RBIs, a leadoff homer for the game. He's leading the National League in hits. Mick Abel went 5 strong innings on the mound. He only allowed 1 run in those 5 innings worth of work. And Rob Thompson talked about his growth as a major league pitcher after the game.
Again, second inning, he got in some trouble and worked out of it, and then right back out in the third, fourth, and fifth, he gave us 3 good innings. So he's growing.
Game 2 against the Marlins is tonight at 6:10 p.m., a little bit earlier there on the start time. Jesus Luzardo faces his old team for the first time this year. Cal Quantrill goes for Miami. The Thunder took down the Pacers 120-109 last night. They take a 3-2 lead in the NBA Finals. Oklahoma City just 1 win away from their first championship. The Florida Panthers, they're 1 win away from the Stanley Cup. They can close out the Stanley Cup Finals with a win tonight over the Edmonton Oilers. Puck drop is at 8 p.m. That's down in Florida, so that's why the Phillies game is a little bit earlier. Amy Fadul joins us coming up at 9 a.m. This update is brought to you by Bet365. Whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. Download the app today. I'm Connor Thomas on the home for the NBA Finals in Philadelphia, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Sunny days and ocean blue, waves are calling me and you. Surfboard ready, time to ride. Feel the freedom, feel the tide. Summer on the beach, oh yeah, oh yeah. Walking on the sand, no care. Surfing in the sun, so free. Just the beach, the waves and me. Yeah, 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 yeah. Sunny days and ocean blue, waves are calling me and you. Surfboard ready, time to ride. Feel the freedom, feel the tide. Summer on the beach, oh yeah, oh yeah. Walking on the sand, no care. Surfing in the sun, so free. Just the beach, the waves and me. Yeah, 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 yeah. Sunny days and ocean blue, waves are calling me and you. Surfboard ready, time to ride. Feel the freedom, feel the tide. Summer on the beach, oh yeah, oh yeah. Walking on the sand, no care. Surfing in the sun, so free. Just the beach, the waves and me. Yeah, 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 yeah. Sunny days and ocean blue, waves are calling me and you. Surfboard ready, time to ride. Feel the freedom, feel the tide. Summer on the beach, oh yeah, oh yeah. Walking on the ocean blue. Waves are calling me and you. Surfboard ready, time to ride. Feel the freedom, feel the tide. Summer on the beach, oh yeah, oh yeah. Walking on the sand, no care.
7-5 The Fanatic. Cooper says hello to everybody.
Hi, Coop.
Not just you guys, like to the entire world. Everyone that's listening, Cooper says
That's so nice.
It's nice of Cooper.
He's like-
Cooper's.
he literally said, tell everyone I said hi. I was like, all right.
Oh.
So hello, guys.
Hi, Cooper.
From my 3-year-old son.
You must get the manners from mom.
Yeah, it has to be from mom.
No. I am a respectful individual. It's just not to you.
Respectful
Connor.
you are.
Yes. So he's got
He's
good.
very well
There's
mannered.
that from me.
He's his mother.
Yes, looks just like her. It's unbelievable.
Exactly.
Good for him, by the way.
He really does. Well, it's a lucky boy
Yes.
that looks like his mom, a lucky girl that looks like their dad. That is the mythology of it.
Oh, is
Whether
is that a real thing?
Yeah, it's a mythical thing that a cliche, but girls who look like their dads, guys who look like their mothers.
How about that?
Supposed to be good
Learn
luck.
something new every day, Connor.
I look
Learn.
just like my dad. I must not be lying.
You do look like your dad,
You just don't have
except
his height.
you don't have his physique and his
Yeah.
height and everything
Yeah.
like that.
You'll get there one day. You'll grow
I'm
up.
waiting on the growth spurt.
Yeah,
You keep
it's
drinking
coming.
milk and everything, Connor. You may one day
Yeah, you'll be fine.
be buff and
Not
like
a milk
6'8". And, milk's awful.
Milk's over.
All right, so I missed this until I saw your email this morning
Isn't it terrible?
that Chauncey Gardner-Johnson
He's
is still talking.
Chauncey Gardner-Johnson needs help.
So
He really does
can,
need help.
Before you tell the people what was said, because I'm curious, because I'm sure you have like the full quotes somewhere. But
Yeah.
when he first left here the last time, right? He annoyed the hell out of me.
The last time too, his car got stolen and things like that. So.
Yeah, but like he talked about the people here, not just the people that stole his car. He talked about the entire city in a certain way. And
He did.
And when negotiations were going on, I was tired of he kept on screen photoshopping himself in other teams' jerseys, and like it
He
bothered
handled
me.
it like a child.
And then he ended up taking a horrible deal with the Lions. Like the Eagles offered him a deal where he got more money on the back end. He wanted the money right up front, so he signed the 1-year deal with the Lions. And look, he then ends up coming back. And now, before he even was traded, there was the questionable tweet after Saquon Barkley got his extension.
Which I was away for, and you guys did
Correct.
it. You guys, it must have hit during a show, you said?
Well, no. I think you were here for the Saquon one because he said he then tried swearing that it had nothing to do with it.
No. I was
You
gone for that
missed the crash out with Darius Slay.
one. Yeah.
That was when me and DeCecco were doing CJ watch throughout
it's
the
bad.
show, just
Look,
reading the tweets.
He's somebody who doesn't need social media. So then
Correct.
he's doing interviews now in Houston. So he's doing interviews down with Fox 26.
As a member
and
of
he's
the
doing an
Texans
interview with
now, yeah.
Texans and everything. But he can't stop talking about the Eagles.
Yeah.
And it's great because Sean Salisbury does mornings there. You remember Sean
I like
from
Sean. I like Sean a lot,
ESPN?
yeah.
And back in the day. And Sean was running with this and running some of the clips, and they're like, boy, he talks as much about being a Texan as he does, it talks as much about being an Eagle as he does a Texan.
Yeah.
In fact, he led with talking about being an Eagle, still talking about the Eagles. And it's starting to piss off some of the press in Houston.
Really?
Yeah, like, dude, you're a Texan now. We don't care. They don't care to hear when they're interviewing you. They don't care what you like. Your grudge with the Eagles. Move on.
Now, if you're a member of the Texans, you hope that he turns that into motivation.
He says, "I'm going to
and
win the next. I'll give you some quote. We're going to win the next. I'm going to win the next 3
Super Bowls."
Yes.
Well, the Houston will not win 3 straight Super
He
Bowls.
says he's going to win the next 3 in Houston. So
Well,
if
he might or he bounces around.
Well, considering 5 teams in 5 years.
So
that
he
could
wins
very
with
well happen.
he wins with Houston this year,
And
another
then,
team, and
bounces
then another
around.
team.
Yeah, it could very well work. He also says though Philly will not. I can guarantee you, Philly won't win another one without me.
He's a very confident man.
No, He's a very scorned lover.
Now, look.
He is a scorned lover.
Again, and you're listening to 97.5 The Fanatic, WP, WP, and HD1 Burlington, Philadelphia, BZ Media Group Station, broadcasting live from the Comcast Business Studio, powering possibilities. He's not saying all this if Vic Fangio doesn't have his comment.
Okay, Vic Fangio's comment set it off.
I think that start. Now, when does he stop? Who God only knows.
I think
but Vic Fangio, I was okay. That was just a cap thing. That set him off.
We'll be fine. We'll be fine. That was a salary cap decision
in a dismissive way,
and it was very dismissive.
Yeah.
So I criticized Vic Fangio.
Yes, you did.
I had his back. Like I had CJGJ's back. At that point, though, it would have been real easy for CJGJ to fire back once and then take the high road and go away. But it's been 2 other firebacks since then.
Yeah.
He needs some help.
Now, he has not been asked about this stuff. He's just
he's been asked
on his own.
About a Super Bowl. You're coming in from a Super Bowl champion. What are you bringing? One of the questions, which is good, is you're coming in from a Super Bowl champion. What are you bringing to the Texans from that? And then he somehow springs it into this grudge that he's got against the Eagles.
Yeah.
I can tell you, I know what it takes to win a title. We're going to win the next 3. I'm going to be part of winning the next 3 right here.
See,
they're not winning one back in Philly without me.
It's such an interesting, because I get it. Like, you want him off the Christmas card list. Right?
Oh, no, he's done. He's off.
Like, I like him a lot. And I liked him
too. I liked him too.
I believe they missed him 2 seasons ago, right?
Yes.
The mentality that he brought, the energy that he brought.
They don't miss this.
They don't miss this.
No, they don't miss
for
this.
sure. But this is never happening if he doesn't get traded, right? Like it's weird because
I'll give it to you.
Sometimes you take the good with the bad, right? And there were a lot of things that disappointed a lot of the members inside the Eagles organization, not just teammates, but people in the house in the offices, right? As you've talked about a lot. But he's also a good player that provided a lot for this team more than just X's and O's. Andrew DeCecco's talked about that a lot. The leadership qualities on the field, the communication that he has on the field, the way he leads that defense, even though he's not wearing the green dot. And that's gone again. And I'm curious to see how that plays out. Now, as Andrew DeCecco's told us numerous times, Andrew Makuba is a guy that gets a lot of comps to Chauncey Gardner-Johnson. Not in terms of the attitude, right?
No, born leader. I mean, Makuba, born leader.
Which CJGJ on the field leader. Yeah, but it's just everything else.
Yeah, I don't know about leader.
DeCecco talked about it.
I mean, on the field, fantastic player. I don't know that you're leading when you're getting kicked out of games. When you're getting kicked out of games because you can't control your emotions. When you're the guy who has to be held back by others, you're not leading.
That was a horrible call, though, if you remember.
Like I always said, I have gotten into fights, arguments with ex-players of John Chaney over the years.
You're not throwing hands?
And I love John Chaney. Love Coach Chaney very much. But I've gotten into arguments over the years, vehement arguments, with some of his ex-players over the years saying, John Chaney was one of those leaders who was do as I say, not as I do. He always preached discipline, 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 and he was one of the most undisciplined people I've ever seen on a sideline. And to me, I don't respect that. You can't preach discipline and then be undisciplined. You can't you can't want your players focused.
It's like when Sirianni tried calming down Jalen Carter.
You can't do it. And
if I'm Jalen Carter, I'm going, yo, dude, who are you telling me to calm down?
Jalen Carter's literally laughing at him because he knows you can't do that. You have to be if you're going to be the messenger, you have to live the message.
Because remember that happened. It was the Saints game. And then just 2 weeks later or 3 weeks later was the Browns meltdown.
I mean,
and if I'm Jalen Carter, I'm texting Coach Sirianni.
Right, and going,
yo, bro,
calm down.
Calm down. You told me to calm down.
Right, exactly. And so to me, that's like, I look at it. But in the big picture, I loved C.J. Gardner-Johnson. I loved what he brought to this team. And I
hate that he's gone. Still.
I hate that he's gone. I wish he was here. I think their chances to win are better if he's a part of this team.
Correct.
But right now, he's having a mental meltdown.
He's having a media tour.
The Eagles wounded him very, very much.
Vic Fangio's comments wounded him.
I think Vic, and I bet you Vic, in the long term, wishes he didn't say it the way he said it. I really do. Because from what I've heard about Vic Fangio, he's a really good dude.
Yeah.
And I'm sure that the way he said it just comes off, gruff, grandpa dismissive.
Right.
And it was just taken the wrong way. But I bet if he had a chance to word it again, Vic would have worded it different.
Yeah, I agree.
Because everything I've heard about him is he doesn't ever go out of his way to be a jerk.
Right, absolutely. Unless you're Jalen Ramsey, because that's what you'll say.
Oh, Jalen Ramsey. They just didn't like his demeanor. Now, the funny thing is, the players and the Eagles, the young guys, they make fun of it. The Georgia Dogs.
Yeah, they love it.
They make fun of it on their podcast.
As they
make
should.
fun of him. They literally go, yeah, this is Vic Fangio. They do impersonations.
Yeah.
But they love his tough coaching.
Yeah.
Some people are built for it, some aren't.
All right, what do we got on the text line, Connor? 610-632-0975 is how you can climb in.
We have a check-in on those Eagles concerns. First-time texter here, and they say
Love it.
defenses will be focused to key in on Barkley, so I fully expect our offense and Jalen to make the offense almost unstoppable with evolving the passing game. I'm hopeful that this year's team is the greatest offensive output for any in an Eagles season. Not a major concern for me.
Wow.
That's bold.
Okay, that's bold.
That's bold.
Any Eagles offense ever. Okay, think of them.
04.
04's to me was just magical.
I mean,
23 or 22.
22.
Yeah.
22 was fantastic.
was
But
incredible.
22, remember? 22 could have been so much better if they hadn't taken, I think, 5 fourth quarters off.
Yeah.
I believe there were 5 fourth quarters that they literally said, come on, boys, game over.
I remember they put up, it was historic second quarter numbers.
The second quarter was the greatest second quarter ever.
Right. Like, it was every single week. It was like a guarantee on your betting apps.
They were
you
boat
bet whatever
racing.
the team total was in the second quarter. They were doing it.
They were boat racing people over and over again.
That's a bold statement.
I like that, though. I like
Yeah, but
bold.
there's no reason personnel-wise why they can't.
No, absolutely.
That's bold and beautiful.
It comes down to
Very good.
Kevin Patullo, and that's, again, a concern that we won't either feel better about or worse about until the season starts, and we see how the season's playing out. All right, coming up next, it is today's headlines with Connor Thomas. Who did headlines yesterday? Was it Gunner?
Brendan Gunn.
Gunner, the one and
The
only.
one and only.
Brendan Gunn.
Gunns.
Come on.
So
And
Con-
by the way, Connor gave him a nice compliment when he was done.
Oh, how about that?
He said
That's
they were
wonderful.
good headlines.
Well, Connor's back in the saddle to lead us today's headlines. That comes your way next. It is Kincade and Salciunas on this Tuesday morning, 97.5 The Fanatic.
We want to hear. Yeah, 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 yeah. Sunny days and ocean blue. Waves are calling me and you. Surfboard ready, time to ride. Feel the freedom, feel the tide. Summer on the beach, oh yeah, oh yeah. Walking on the sand, no care. Surfing in the sun, so free. Just the beach, the waves and me. Yeah, 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 yeah. Sunny days and ocean blue. Waves are calling me and you. Surfboard ready, time to ride. Feel the freedom, feel the tide. Summer on the beach, oh yeah, oh yeah. Walking on the sand, no care. Surfing in the sun, so free. Just the beach, the waves and me. Yeah, 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 yeah. Sunny days and ocean blue. Waves are calling me and you. Surfboard ready, time to ride. Feel the freedom, feel the tide. the beach. Oh yeah. Walking on the sand, no care. Surfing in the sun, so free. Just the beach, the waves and me. Yeah, 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 yeah. Sunny days and ocean blue. Waves are calling me and you. Surfboard ready, time to ride. Feel the freedom, feel the tide. Summer on the beach, oh yeah. Walking on the sand, no care. Surfing in the sun, so free. Just the beach, the waves and me. Yeah, 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 yeah. Sunny days and ocean blue. Waves are calling me and you. Surfboard ready, time to ride. Feel the freedom, feel the tide. Summer on the beach, oh yeah. Walking on the sand, no care. Surfing in the
Here on Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. We are about to do today's headlines with Connor Thomas, but we have a great prize to give away. We have two of these, actually. Let's go caller 5 at 610-632-0975. Caller 5 at that number will win a 4-pack of grandstand tickets to the Auto Trader Echo Park Automotive 400 NASCAR Cup Series race. People tell me the longer the title, the better the race is. Sunday, July 20th at Dover Motor Speedway. NASCAR returns to Dover Motor Speedway July 18th through the 20th. See NASCAR's best drivers race at speeds up to 200 miles an hour and an amazing fan zone and more. Get tickets at dovermotorspeedway.com.
Or if you want to see it for free, you can just follow Andrew Salciunas to work. See him drive 200 miles an hour.
Hope you don't do that.
Now, why are you saying that?
Hope you
Why are
don't
you
do
saying
that.
What do you mean? Why am I saying
What are
that?
you, a narc?
No.
Why are you saying that?
John told me earlier, snitch is a good thing.
No,
snitches
remember,
get you immunity.
Snitches get immunity.
I got immunity.
You can do that.
Wondering why you would try to do that to me.
Get him in trouble.
Want me to get to work late?
No.
No, we know Joseph, so he could always, if it's in Lower Merion, Joseph could always maybe
You ain't got one of the FOP cards yet? You know
work
people.
something.
I'm unbelievable, man. The weirdest thing, they say you wouldn't have had this.
What happened?
So during COVID,
Okay. Yeah, we didn't have that. We actually
we were
went to work.
because we were well, so did I.
You just went to work differently.
I was a essential employee. I had
Did you have to carry documents?
a
yeah.
government documented thing
We had notes.
that I had to have on me. That
Okay, this
stated that I was
wait a
an
minute.
essential employee, John.
Okay, wait a minute. I did not know that you guys. Seriously,
Essential.
because I was not here for this.
Yeah, you were still in the
seriously,
ATL.
You had to carry a document?
Yeah, it was in my backpack somewhere.
Yeah.
No, wait a minute. Did anyone that you know that worked here ever have to show it to people?
No,
No, never once.
Not once.
It was
But
more
yeah.
of a just in case thing.
Just in case.
When they do the case someday, when they do the all-time study of this, how different this was from state to state.
Oh, it's gonna be amazing.
It's going to be amazing.
Yeah, my one of my buddies lived in Florida, and he just
We went about our lives. We went about our
So,
lives.
the best thing was living in Manayunk, honestly, because they did the outdoor.
Yes,
It
yes.
was, I never. Obviously, there was the. We don't have to go down the rabbit hole.
No, but it's
like,
crazy.
I lived it up still. I still found.
Okay, you
I
did.
still found a way to live it up.
Good, I'm
All right,
proud
it's
of you.
time now for today's headlines with Connor Thomas.
Today's headlines with Connor Thomas.
What do we got? Essential employee Connor Thomas.
Hang on,
gosh.
we got an essential sponsor, and
Yes,
that's Lundy
yes,
Law.
we do.
For
Yeah, we
over
love
70
Lundy.
years, Lundy Law has been fighting for injured people. If you need them, remember the name, Lundy Law. Your injury lawyers. Visit LundyLaw.com. That's LundyLaw.com. The NBA Finals can be clinched, folks. We're one win away for the Oklahoma City Thunder. They won last night. Here's what it sounded like.
Tyrese Halliburton, the Pacers, a strong comeback, but the Thunder had the answer. It's 3-2. OKC in front here in the NBA Finals.
So, I got to ask, Andy, as king of the process, are you on like the doorstep of disappointment if the Thunder win the finals?
No, because it just proves that it works with tanking and with getting top draft picks. It also helps that you can make a trade for Shai Gilgeous-Alexander because you realized it was time to move on from Paul George. Maybe the Sixers should do that.
Or others. You can move on from.
Keep JoJo for life.
Yeah.
Both teams in this finals have traded Paul George and gotten big pieces
yeah, I know
for
that.
him.
That became
great.
that became a whole thing.
And you got two process sort of pieces that are, one of them's going to get a ring.
yeah, good
know?
for TJ, by the way.
TJ won't be getting a ring, but it's good for him.
Good for TJ. He had another great night last night.
For some reason, they put Isaiah Joe out with the Delco, trash day, and for some reason didn't think they needed someone like him.
That one I did not understand, and I don't know if that
I'll
was
never forget when it
Darryl.
happened.
I don't know if it was Doc, whoever it was, and that's why I ripped Daryl Morey during his press conference where he did the whole. We realized we had to get younger. It's like you just realized this,
And you dumped Isaiah Joe?
Well,
for nothing.
There's an easy answer.
You don't know basketball.
Yeah,
That's it.
Exactly.
I'm sorry. I could say the same thing to Doc, who tried making Isaiah Joe a point guard.
Wow.
Ridiculous. But anyways,
Can't believe you're questioning Doc Rivers.
Great series. Now could be Thunder in 6, but it's going to Indiana. Who knows? I'm begging for a Game 7.
It's been a pretty good series. It really has.
Dude, it's been a tremendous series.
It's been a fun series.
The NBA playoffs had a bit of a resurgence this year, and
It has.
they needed it.
Yes,
All
they
right, what else we
definitely
got?
did. All right, we're going to go to another hooper. Maybe if the Pacers want to extend that series, they could look to the NFL. You guys see what Keon Coleman did recently?
No.
No, I did not.
He played in a celebrity basketball game. I forget
Okay.
whose celebrity game it was. How many points do you think he scored?
30,
Keep going.
40,
Keep going.
90.
He scored 60.
What?
In this celebrity game. He's throwing down windmill dunks
Now,
off
wait a
the
minute.
backboard. He's knocking down threes.
Okay, is this like the one that you get Jaleel White in?
Yeah.
Stuff like game?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Yeah, some of
So some of the players really have game. Some
Yeah.
of them do. By the way, Jaleel did have game.
But, how do you feel about a guy going and getting 60 in a celebrity game? Is that trying too hard, doing too much, or is that impressive?
If you have the crowd going, people are there for whatever, then keep going. T.O. was really good at the celebrity basketball games, right?
Why not?
'Cause T.O.
Why not
could
do
hoop.
it? That's fun for the people.
Yeah. It's not my fault that you have some musician that doesn't know how to dribble a basketball.
People want
guarding
it.
me.
I think that's fantastic.
It depends how you do it, though.
What do you mean?
If you go out there and you're looking like a tryhard in a celebrity game and D'ing people up and stuff like that, I feel like that's a bad look. But if you're, I guess, doing cool stuff like dunking and knocking down threes, it's okay. I don't know.
I love it that somebody's out there balling out for the fans. I think it's great. I think that's fantastic.
Yeah, I'm trying to find it. I know T.O. dropped 40 plus in a celebrity game before.
If you could do it, Connor, I think it's great. If you're able to do it, then that's awesome.
Okay.
That's
I wanted to see.
That's pretty cool.
Some people would call that a hardo move. Not me, but I am Captain Tryhard. So
No, you know what
You are a
No,
little bit.
a hardo move is if the Sixers ever invite us to play with the kids at halftime.
Oh,
yeah, that's different.
I've seen other media members on that court, and Connor goes out there and drops 20.
Yeah, dude.
Against the kids. That would
so
be,
I can't?
against kids. Yeah, that
Against
would be a
kids.
hardo move.
Yeah, but me to kids is the same thing to Keon Coleman to other guys. That's the same gap, apparently. He's getting 60. I can't get 20? See, this is what I'm talking about.
No, you
Double
can't do
standard.
that.
We'll wrap up with our replay.
So, John, today's one of these days where I want to try to figure out what we like and don't like about this baseball team.
Does it change daily? Do you think there's a consistency of what this fan base likes and doesn't like?
No, because I think the Phillies, if we go just to September of 22, this fan base didn't like this Phillies team. I remember doing shows on it.
Here's what they like.
They
if
didn't
they're,
like
if
this
they're
team.
winning. If they're winning, they like that.
Is it that simple?
Yes.
Like, are we just in our
Literally-
angsty
literally,
teenage
yes.
years with
Yes.
this baseball team?
Yep.
Well, especially now that this could be the last hurrah with this core, and I think that extra pressure adds to it.
It
Little
just
angst
feels
of it?
very I hate you, Dad, because you're 15 and you know everything about the world when actually your life's pretty good. That's what this feels like right now with the Phillies fan base.
Yeah, I mean, look, they're the 1-9.
I don't think that
was enough to hate though.
And I don't think that the Phillies have given us enough, especially the last 2 years, have given you enough to be like, yeah, we should, Dad, we should love you unconditionally. They haven't given you enough.
That's such a perspective of this team, though, because they went NLCS and then won the division for the first time
The
in a
NLCS
decade,
was a terrible choke
or
job.
13 years.
A terrible choke
And
job.
I get it.
So there's no joy involved in that.
Because here's
There's no
the thing.
joy involved in getting there
I get what you're saying,
and
Connor.
blowing that.
I get what you're saying. Like, that's a credit to them for getting to a World Series and then back to an NLCS. But knowing how that NLCS played out,
You can't be going back and going, hey, you should be happy about that, Philly fans. No.
I'm not saying be
they
happy about it.
shouldn't be.
I was very upset.
those 2 games
Disgusting.
was one of the worst couple of days of my life.
It was disgusting.
Living it during and after. All right, coming up next, do the Phillies really have none of these? It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5, The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Trey Turner stays hot. I'm Connor Thomas, and the Phillies won their 5th straight game last night. They beat the Marlins 5-2, and Trey Turner 3 for 5 with 2 RBIs from the leadoff spot. He had a leadoff homer in the game. He's leading the National League in hits. What a year Turner's putting together. Mick Abel, what a start to his career he's putting together. 5 strong innings, allowing only 1 run. Rob Thompson talked about his growth as a starter after the game.
Again, second inning, he got in some trouble and worked out of it, and then right back out in the third, fourth, and fifth, he gave us 3 good innings. So he's growing.
Phillies face the Marlins again tonight at 6:10 p.m. first pitch, a little bit earlier because the Stanley Cup Finals Game 6 is down there. Jesus Luzardo is on the mound facing his old team, so maybe a little revenge in mind for Luzardo. Cal Quantrill on the mound for Miami. The Thunder took down the Pacers 120-109 last night. They take a 3-2 lead in the NBA Finals. They're 1 game away from closing it out. Florida Panthers, they win tonight. They do the same for the Stanley Cup Finals. They are up 3-2 on the Edmonton Oilers. Puck drop of Game 6 is tonight at 8 p.m. Amy Fadul will join us for the entire 9 o'clock hour. This update's brought to you by Allstate. Some people just know you could save money on car insurance by checking Allstate first. So what are you waiting for? Check Allstate first for a quote today. You're in good hands with Allstate. I'm Connor Thomas on the home of the NBA Finals in Philadelphia. 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Join 97.
Sunny days and ocean blue. Waves are calling me and you. Surfboard ready, time to ride. Feel the freedom, feel the tide. Summer on the beach, oh yeah, oh yeah. Walking on the sand, no care. Surfing in the sun, so free. Just the beach, the waves and me. Yeah, 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 yeah. Sunny days and ocean blue. Waves are calling me and you. Surfboard ready, time to ride. Feel the freedom, feel the tide. Summer on the beach, oh yeah, oh yeah. Walking on the sand, no care. Surfing in the sun, so free. Just the beach, the waves and me. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Sunny days and ocean blue. Waves are calling me and you. Surfboard ready, time to ride. Feel the freedom, feel the tide. Summer on the beach, oh yeah, oh yeah. Walking on the sand, no care. Surfing in the sun, so free. Just the beach, the waves and me. Yeah, 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 calling me and you. Surfboard ready, time to ride. Feel the freedom, feel the tide. Summer on the beach, oh yeah, oh yeah. Walking on the sand, no care. Surfing in the sun, so free. Just the beach, the waves and me. Yeah, 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 yeah. Sunny days and ocean blue. Waves are calling me and you. Surfboard ready, time to ride. Feel the freedom, feel the tide. Summer on the beach, oh yeah, oh yeah. Walking on the sand, no care. Surfing in the sun, so free. Just the beach, the waves and me.
On Kincade Salciunas, 97.5, The Fanatic. We're reaching the Midsummer Classic, Johnny. What, two weeks from the All-Star game or whatever?
I got to be honest, I could not tell
I think
you.
it's July. It is July the 15th.
Okay. Oh, so we're a month away. All right.
It's July 15th, and so it's actually a month from 4 weeks from today.
So the initial voting has come out
Okay.
for the MLB All-Star game. And the Phillies, Johnny, don't have anyone. They have a couple of guys that are inside the top 5.
Well, who would deserve it?
So we'll get into that. Now, remember, last year, how many All-Stars did they send? 9?
I think it was 8.
8
Last
All-Stars?
year you had Bohm, you had Turner. You
Bohm,
had
Turner, Harper.
Harper, Castellanos.
No, not
No
Castellanos.
Castellanos?
But Wheeler went, Suarez went, Sanchez went, Strahm went, Hoffman went.
Oh. Wow.
And a lot of guys last year.
Yeah.
And you're not really getting that this year.
New. And deservingly so.
Yeah, exactly.
They're not. It's so weird. They're only a few games back of last year's pace,
Yeah.
but as a team, they're not the same team.
So here's I'll give these to you. So in the National League, that's obviously who we care about. At first base, Bryce Harper is 4th. To me, that's more so like the fan vote that knows Bryce Harper, because Bryce Harper has not played like an all-star.
Right.
He's behind Michael Busch of the Cubs, Pete Alonso of the Mets, Freddie Freeman of the Dodgers, and Alonso's having a tremendous season. At second base, Bryson Stott, not in the top 5. At shortstop, Trey Turner is at number 3, but way behind Francisco Lindor, who has over 1 million votes already. Mookie Betts almost at 600,000. Trey Turner is at 348. At third base, Bohm is 5th. After a horrible start, good for him. He's turned his season around. Remember last year, he doubled Machado.
He did.
We were tracking these votes.
Remember, he got out to the first 2 months start. He was crazy.
Right.
He was at 50 RBI and was rolling with it.
Believe it or not, the Phillies do not have a single outfielder in the top 10.
No
Believe
way.
it or not. Jeez.
Real Muto is 4th among catchers.
And that's ridiculous.
And
Reputation.
Kyle
That's
Schwarber
ridiculous.
is 4th among DHs. Obviously, Shohei Ohtani is number 1.
As he
Devers carries over his AL votes to the National League after that trade on Father's Day.
Which is deserving.
Not that Devers, he's not having that much better of a season than Schwarber. And then Seiya Suzuki from the Cubs is 3rd. So Schwarber 4th, Real Muto 4th, nobody in the outfield. Bohm 5th. Trey Turner is doing the best in terms of 1 through 5, 3rd for shortstop. Nobody at second base. Harper's 4th for first baseman. I love it. Because to your point, John, none of these guys are deserving of it. Now, Trey Turner might be, because Trey Turner leads the National League in hits.
But it's a complete thing, you have to say, but he's not an adequate shortstop.
Right. Francisco
So that doesn't count.
and Francisco Lindor's having
Lindor
a
deserves
very good
Lindor
season.
deserves it over Turner.
Yeah.
Yes, and Mookie Betts as well.
Absolutely.
Like, he's crazy. Here's the thing. No one's voting someone into the All-Star game to see him play defense.
No, but
Yeah, it's your right thing.
but if you're talking about you got 3 great offensive players and one guy is a butcher at defense, he's disqualified.
I think he still gets there.
I don't think the people that vote aren't voting. To Connor's point, they're not voting for errors.
If you have even guys, and one guy is not adequate defensively and the other guys are, and they're even offensive players, they're all very, very talented offensive players.
Yeah,
really,
but you're
really
speaking for yourself as Logical John. If there's like, you know how it is, people are going to Google, all right, let me see Trey Turner's stats, let me see Mookie Betts' stats, right? They're not going to show errors. It shows batting average, home runs,
No, I'm
RBIs.
saying it's from fans who watch the game.
Yeah.
They're going to look at them and they're going to go, well, then you look at them and they go, they know how to play short. They don't.
Yeah, but a lot of people that watch the game are watching their team, right? There's so many. The fan vote, they're Phillies fans, and a lot of people will probably do the all Philly team ballot.
Oh, I'm
right?
sure.
I just like that, like, whether it's a motivational thing, I don't know what this team needs to kind of spark that fire. We're seeing them win baseball games right now, which is great. Maybe the amount of crap that they were getting, deservedly so, after that Pirates getting swept by the Pirates, maybe that was something to sort of kick them in the rear end. I love the fact that they're not getting the votes for the All-Star game this year because they don't deserve it.
No. And the Phillies fans aren't stuffing the ballot box for guys that don't deserve it.
And nor should they.
No, they shouldn't.
And I'm proud of Phillies fans.
I am too.
I'm proud of the national fan, not the Washington Nationals, but the national fan that realizes that this team is not like last year where they sent 8 All-Stars. I think this is a good thing. And I don't know, you know athletes, there are some athletes that are always looking for something to motivate them. I hope that this is one of them. I hope that this is something where they realize they're not playing. Yeah, that they're not playing well enough.
Yeah, they don't deserve it.
They'll still get 3 or 4, though.
Well, it's got to be Turner deserves to be there.
Turner will be there. Schwarber will be there.
Schwarber
Wheeler is
deserves to be
absolutely going to be
Wheeler
there.
will be there. There's 3. No bullpen guys.
I think you'll sneak in another starter. You got a couple other guys that are kind of fringe right there that if they continue on this pace, like if Luzardo's really good between now and the All-Star game.
Is it still 4? Is his ERA still 4?
Yeah, but you look at it and you say 2 starts.
No, they can't. They can't put a 4 guy.
Sanchez is sneaky putting up a good year. Ranger came in late, but he's being really good.
Is it still where the managers select the pitchers?
You can't put Luzardo in. Not with a 4 ERA.
Well, the manager might not care. That's what I'm saying. Like,
but he's going to care because he has to make the argument to every other manager in baseball about why I'm not taking your guy.
Here's the argument.
And he's going to say, he's going to go, I'm not taking.
Plus, every team has to send at least one player. So
he's going to say, I'm not taking. I'm going to put a guy with a 4 ERA in the All-Star game.
Well,
no.
Here's the argument. He had 2 games where he was tipping pitches. He's been a monster outside of that. He's fully deserving of being an All-Star caliber player this year. That's an easy argument.
Not against, not to the manager that's pitching his guy that says my guy is a 3.5 ERA, 3.4 ERA.
You can pick both. There's like 8 starters to make it.
Well, but here's the thing: they do pitch their guys because they probably have something in their contracts, certain incentives about making All-Star games and all that kind of stuff. And plus, they know that it's good for the feel good of the team the rest of the season. So I get both your points.
Whose point do you get more? Pick a side.
John's.
Yeah, come on.
John's, because ultimately,
pick a different side.
Ultimately, somebody's going to look at stats and go, "Oh, this guy's stats are better than this guy's stats."
It's very political. One year, Bobby Cox let us go through the whole understanding of how he was choosing,
how he would pick. Yeah,
how he was going through the deciding, talking to the other managers. He let us have a lot of the insight on how the other managers were negotiating with him about getting their guys on.
Oh, really?
It was really interesting.
I'll buy you a 6-pack if you let my guy make the All-Star team.
Come on, we want our guy in.
I like that they're not getting that recognition, even though they, to your point, record-wise, they're right around the same
relatively.
place.
Yeah, they're 4 games back.
But you don't
where they were.
You don't feel that way right now.
No.
And maybe that's why people are down about this team, that they haven't seen any sort of explosion from a certain player, even though Trey Turner, I believe, is deserving of an All-Star nod.
I think so, absolutely.
And Kyle Schwarber will
not
get
to
there.
start, though.
No, not to start, and that's fine. All right, what do we got on the text line, Connor, at 610-632-0975? Don't forget, it's a Tuesday, which means Amy Fadul will be joining us soon.
So we have a check-in here. No name on this text, but they say maybe the Abel thing with the pitch count yesterday or pulling him early is keeping him fresh for the Mets series when he's scheduled to throw.
Saturday night. I
Any
don't
thoughts on that?
believe that. But
I just think it's been what he's done through his 3 starts so far. 5 1/3, 4 and 5. Pitches.
so they let
the
him,
number of
so
pitches
they let him
around.
pitch into the 6th and 1.
Maybe the matchup called for it. We've seen it. I don't know. I don't have the
The
game
6th
log.
and 1 was against Pittsburgh too, right?
Yeah, I mean, you're playing a bad Florida team. You got 77 pitches, as John Kruk said last night. Well, looks like he's done. I don't know what's going on
Well, maybe
there.
John Kruk after the game spoke with Rob Thompson
I don't
to
know
find out why.
But he's just baffled, going, don't know what's going on there.
in real time, sure, but there may be a reason behind it. Is all I'm saying. I don't know.
It doesn't make sense.
Sure, maybe Topper's asked about it pregame today.
Yeah.
Well, it would make sense if there's a plan.
Sure.
You're Mr. Plan. You like plans.
77 pitches. I mean, my God.
It's like you want an itinerary on every day for the Phillies.
And it's the least pitches that he's pitched. And he was pitching great. He got screwed in the 2nd inning. He should have been out of that inning, and he ended up throwing 16 more pitches than he had to because the umpire missed an obvious strike 3 call. And he ended up getting screwed there. He would have been easily pitching.
Yeah.
So would they still have pulled him after? So would they, by that thinking, would they have pulled him after the 5th inning, 16 less pitches? So would they have pulled him at 61 pitches?
No.
But what up and down?
It may be
I
some
don't
sort of
know. We're
combination.
taking guesses. Bottom line
and
is
by the way,
no one's majorly
so you
taxed
bring
right
up
now.
how it was the least amount of pitches, right?
Yes.
So he would have started the inning at 77.
Right?
What if it took him 20 pitches? Now he's at 97.
And if the queen had a royal scepter, she'd be the king.
I know, but they have to take all of that stuff into account.
Yeah, well, let him pitch and then make that decision. He was willing to use 4 relievers anyway.
Where are we different today if he throws the 6th inning?
Maybe you're not having one
Taijuan
extra
Walker
reliever.
doesn't throw?
You're going into a week where
High leverage
where you
Taijuan
don't
Walker.
have a break. You're gonna burn your bullpen. Which, by the way, burning the bullpen, that seems to be what has been happening with this team year after year after year.
I don't think this bullpen's burnt. I think
You just think they're bad?
I think this bullpen's just bad, dude. I don't think this is a burnt situation. All right, coming up next, there are tons of ways players can be motivated, just like the All-Star voting that we just talked about. We also know that players can care less after they reach the mountaintop. An interesting conversation coming up next. It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Ray Dunn, Mike Missanelli.
Sunny days and ocean blue. Waves are calling me and you. Surfboard ready, time to ride. Feel the freedom, feel the tide. Summer on the beach, oh yeah, oh yeah. Walking on the sand, no care. Surfing in the sun, so free. Just the beach, the waves and me. Yeah, 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 yeah. Sunny days and ocean blue. Waves are calling me and you. Surfboard ready, time to ride. Feel the freedom, feel the tide. Summer on the beach, oh yeah, oh yeah. Walking on the sand, no care. Surfing in the sun, so free. Just the beach, the waves and me. Yeah, 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 yeah. Sunny days and ocean blue. Waves are calling me and you. Surfboard ready, time to ride. Feel the freedom, feel the tide. Summer on the beach, oh yeah, oh yeah. Walking on the sand, no care. Waves are calling me and you. Surfboard ready, time to ride. Feel the freedom, feel the tide. Summer on the beach, oh yeah, oh yeah. Walking on the sand, no care. Surfing in the sun, so free. Just the beach, the waves and me. Yeah, 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 yeah. Sunny days and ocean blue. Waves are calling me and you. Surfboard ready, time to ride. Feel the freedom, feel the tide. Summer on the beach, oh yeah, oh yeah. Walking on the sand, no care. Surfing in the sun, so free. Just the beach, the waves and me. Yeah, 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 yeah.
Here on Kincade Salciunas 97.5 The Fanatic. John got me all fired up during the commercial break because he told me that Liv.
Well, the kids they download the games now.
Yeah.
See, I'm not a gamer, but they download
backyard
the game.
baseball.
Backyard baseball, and the kids, the her age group,
Yeah.
they love it.
It came out mobile probably like 6 months ago, maybe long. I forget when. Which I that burns your energy on your phone, so I don't play that kind of stuff. But they added it to the Nintendo Switch.
Oh,
And it was like $9. So I was like, hell yeah, I'm going to buy it. Even if I play it for 5 minutes, I'm hooked, dude. I'm hooked.
Oh, love it.
Yeah, it's great.
That's great.
Man. It's
All right,
great.
you're taking Pablo Sanchez off the board.
Pete
Who's your
Wheeler.
number one pick?
Pete Wheeler.
It's Pete. You're going speed.
Yeah, dude, I'm getting doubles, triples every single at
Low
bat.
IQ player.
No, he's not.
Yes, he is.
No, you're just saying that because
That's
he's
the whole bit.
country. But he hated Charlie Manuel. You didn't like Charlie Manuel because of the
No.
way he sounded when he did press conferences.
Pete Wheeler faces backwards in the box before he hits.
Yeah, and
they
what
have
happens?
to tell him to turn around.
And then what happens? He hits triples.
Well, yeah, I'm just saying,
All right.
low IQ.
And then
Speed's
I,
undeniable.
if he hits a single, I steal second and third every time. That's
Good
why he is the
bat-to-ball
number.
guy.
That's why he's the number one pick. If Pablo's off the board,
Keisha Phillips, though, little pop from the left
a
side.
little overrated. Right side, by the way. Get your
Right side?
facts
Is
straight.
she not
She's
a
a right.
lefty?
No, she's a right-handed.
Are you sure?
This kid
We'll do
acts
some
like he knows
research.
backyard. I played it yesterday.
I don't believe you.
All right. You sent me something that was fascinating. And it's one of those, somebody finally said it. And it was about Rory McIlroy.
I couldn't believe this. Connor, did you or did you not? I purposely didn't. No, Connor, I did send it to him because I didn't know if Connor did not read it. I hope you didn't read it, Connor.
I
hoping
never
you
read any
did.
of your texts,
Okay,
so
good.
we're safe.
I'm hoping you didn't read
And
it.
he doesn't text
Good.
us, so we get it.
Rory McIlroy admitted something that on microphone too, that I can't believe he said it, but I respect the hell out of him for saying it. And as you know, I'm not a huge Rory McIlroy fan.
No, you are not.
Rory McIlroy admitted that his game has been struggling mightily since the Masters and completing the career Grand Slam in early April. Because he says he has just not felt the motivation to put in the time to practice and do all the things he needs to be at the top of his game since he won the career Grand Slam. He says it was his white whale.
Yeah.
It was his lifetime motivation. And once he got it, he exhaled, and he's been having a real hard time to get the motivation back to put in the 6 to 8 hours of practice that is required to be able to have his game at the mental edge that he needs it. And he says, I just don't have it in me right now. I'm a dad. I'm a husband. I've got money in the bank. And other things are pulling at me. And now that he's finally done the thing that he's been fighting to do,
Right.
he doesn't have that same drive. I admire the hell out of him for the honesty.
That's why guys like Michael Jordan and Kobe Bryant and Tom Brady are freaks and are the greatest of all times, right? Because they won and yet they wanted more. A.J. Brown, 2 days after they win the Super Bowl, is putting out on Instagram,
all right,
I didn't feel satisfied enough. I want more. But I imagine there are a lot of people like Rory McIlroy.
I admire Rory's honesty for sharing this. But I do ask this, though. Everybody that is watching Rory in those galleries, he's one of the most popular players. He's one of the biggest draws. Those are ticket-buying patrons. And for most of them, it's hundreds of dollars.
Yeah.
Does he not feel an obligation to them to be doing his best to give them their money's worth?
See, to me, golf is different. Like, if it's the hometown team and the biggest player on the team won a championship, and he's like, it's whatever now. That's different. But golf, it's just, sure, it's an individual, but there's so many great players. It's like, yeah, you may be showing up because you want to see Rory. And you will, and he may not be at his best.
You'll also see Scotty Scheffler.
Exactly. You'll see J.J. Spawn hit a 60-footer to win the U.S. Open. Like, I don't know. Golf is kind of different. I have no issue with this.
No, I mean, I admire, I got to tell you, the honesty of Rory McIlroy on this.
And look, this happens all the time.
I want to give it a standing ovation because I don't know any other athlete that I've ever heard be this honest.
Well, you brought up standing ovation. How many times do we hear about players once they get the big contract, they get fat and happy? Now, I'm not saying that's what happened to Trey Turner. I think Trey Turner just had a really bad year. But there's a lot of times where guys get the big contract and maybe the next year isn't their best statistical season. I'd be curious. How many times I think about Michael Lorenzen? I don't know if there's a StatMuse page or whatever.
Post no-hitter?
The first start after the no-hitter. You just threw a no-hitter, right? I don't care what level. That's awesome, right? Little league to Major League Baseball. I'm not even saying perfect game. You throw a no-hitter. What's your next start look like?
I didn't think his was bad, was it?
I don't remember.
I'll find it.
The rest of the year wasn't good.
Great, but
I'm just curious. Like a guy that throws a no-hitter. Now maybe it's different because it's 5 days until you pitch again.
Sure.
Instead of like the very next day or whatever. But like we're talking about this with Saquon right now. Right, like Mike's a little concerned about Saquon Barkley not working as hard this year. Now, I think it's more so because of the workload.
Mike doesn't even want him to have a beer. I think that's crazy.
I think it's more because of the workload last year, and not because they won the Super Bowl. But we've said this before on post-show headlines. The second Cooper DeJean makes a bad play, people are going to say,
it's going to be all over.
Whoa, was it because you partied too much during the offseason?
His offseason, he better. Honestly, it's going to be because you know it's going to come.
And it'll be unfair. The criticism will be unfair, but you know that's what people are going to do.
It's good. Well, it's going to be unfair if it's just his play slips a little.
Yeah, like 1,500 yards.
If his
Cooper
DeJean. Sorry, I was
if Cooper DeJean falls off the map,
yes,
and is a mediocre player, the critique will not be unfair.
I got you. I just don't expect it to fall off the map.
I don't either. I do not either. But if his play fell off the map, then absolutely people will be saying, "Dude, we saw you in every bar at the Jersey Shore on video."
I mean,
we saw you at every event.
My Lotta got yelled at by an Eagles fan on Broad Street when they were having the collapse because they were complaining about the Christmas album, even though it was recorded in June.
Yeah, you got to stay on that grind. By the way, Lorenzen, the first start after the no-hitter, 3 1/3 innings, gave up 7 runs, 6
Oh,
runs.
jeez.
And that's what I'm saying. Like, you just threw a no-hitter. There's guys like Doc Holliday. It's a little bit different, but like imagine didn't Dallas Braden throw a no-hitter?
He did on Mother's Day.
I'm curious what his next start was. Right, like guys that aren't Roy Halladay, the tops of their game. You throw a no-hitter. And the next week, you're doing all the media tours. You're celebrating. You probably drank till you were blue in the face that night.
I think one dude in the 30s threw back-to-back, though.
Probably bumped into Cooper.
Back-to-back. That'd be impressive, throwing back-to-back no-hitters.
Look that up in the break.
All right, Amy Fadul's here and ready to go. She joins us next segment for the remainder of the show. We'll talk Phillies. We talk Eagles. We got a lot. It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports update.
Phillies take game 1 in Miami. I'm Connor Thomas, and the Phillies won their 5th straight last night. They beat the Marlins 5-2. A nice, comfortable victory. Trey Turner went 3 for 5 with 2 RBIs, including a leadoff homer. Nick Abel gave the Phillies a strong start. 5 innings, 1 earned. Rob Thompson talked about his growth as a Major League hurler after the game.
Again, second inning, he got in some trouble and worked out of it, and then right back out in the third, fourth, and fifth, he gave us 3 good innings. So he's growing.
They've been on a great string of starting pitching recently. We'll see if Jesus Luzardo's up for the task against the team that traded him this offseason. He takes the ball tonight at 6:10 p.m. Cal Quantrill on the hill for Miami. The Thunder took down the Pacers 120-109 last night. It's a 3-2 lead in the NBA Finals for the Thunder. They could close it out with just one more win. The Florida Panthers, they could close it out with a win tonight in the Stanley Cup Finals. They face the Oilers at 8 p.m. in Game 6 of that series. Amy Fadul, she joins us next. She's with us right now. You'll hear her coming up after the break. This update is brought to you by Bradford White Water Heaters. When you need a new water heater, choose one that's built to be the best. Choose Bradford White. I'm Connor Thomas for the home of the NBA Finals in Philadelphia, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Texting, the easiest and most convenient way to communicate.
Sunny days and ocean blue. Waves are calling me and you. Surfboard ready, time to ride. Feel the freedom, feel the tide. Summer on the beach, oh yeah, oh yeah. Walking on the sand, no care. Surfing in the sun, so free. Just the beach, the waves and me. Yeah, 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 yeah. Sunny days and ocean blue. Waves are calling me and you. Surfboard ready, time to ride. Feel the freedom, feel the tide. Summer on the beach, oh yeah, oh yeah. Walking on the sand, no care. Surfing in the sun, so free. Just the beach, the waves and me. Yeah, 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 yeah. Sunny days and ocean blue. Waves are calling me and you. Surfboard ready, time to ride. Feel the freedom, feel the tide. Summer on the beach, oh yeah, oh yeah. Walking on the sand, no care. Surfing in the sun, so free. Just the beach, the waves and me. Yeah, 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 yeah. Sunny days and ocean blue. Waves are calling me and you. Surfboard ready, time to ride. Feel the freedom, feel the tide. Summer on the beach, oh yeah, oh yeah. Walking on the sand, no care. Surfing in the sun, so free. Just the beach, the waves and me. Yeah, 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 yeah. Waves are calling me and you. Surfboard ready, time to ride. Feel the freedom, feel the tide. Summer on the beach.
It's 97.5 The Fanatic, and it is a Tuesday morning, which means now, for the remainder of the show, Amy Fadul is here.
Hey, everybody.
Amy,
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. Happy Tuesday.
Happy Tuesday.
What's it like out?
It's getting to be okay.
It is getting to be okay.
I mean, honestly, it's been like living in Seattle
Oh my
the last
gosh.
That's what
couple of weeks.
I kept on saying it all week.
And you know,
Seattle.
next week
99.
we go from 0 to 60. Oh, move to the north.
Now,
you'll get seasons. There are no seasons
I would
here.
prefer next week, though.
If I have my druthers, of course I'm going to
Well,
take
who else would have your druthers?
Well, I mean, I guess
You
there's
give
some
them
people
away?
that might. Yeah.
You give them away.
I auction them off.
99 is
Yeah, I'm supposed to play golf on Monday.
Both of you are psychos.
I'd rather do that than the doom and gloom wetness every day.
You get up and you're like, cool. I was at 2 baseball games. Shawnee had a baseball tournament on Saturday. I had pants and a jacket, and I froze. Everybody else around me had full, like, winter-type jackets and blankets.
And
what do you do
sometimes
at
it's not
99, though?
Sometimes not even raining, and you just feel
Just enjoy
the
it.
mist in the air.
Just enjoy the sweat.
99, dude.
Yeah. I'd
sweat
much
going.
rather, I'd much rather be hot
I will
than cold.
be outside every day when it's 90
Oh, my
plus.
gosh.
I don't mind it at all.
Yeah, I'd rather be hot.
Oh, my gosh.
It's good for you. Get a little sweat going.
Speaking of
No,
hot,
it is very good for you, by the way.
Yeah, sweat
That
it
is
on out.
extremely good for
speaking of hot, the Phillies are red
The
hot.
Phillies offense.
The
Here it
Phillies
is.
are playing some good baseball, Amy. Earlier this morning at around 6:15, I went on this whole, Phillies are winning the World Series. They got the best rotation in baseball. The bullpen's not as bad as you make it out to be. The lineup's great. And just wait till Harper comes back. And then I paused and I said, see how annoying that is? It's really annoying when they lose a couple of games and it's this team stinks.
Yes, they're done.
They're overrated. They're done. And the point is, this team is ebbs and flows.
Mm-hmm.
They're a playoff team. I don't think they're good enough to win a World Series, so that was all a joke.
As
for the
we
people.
currently are constantly.
Right, exactly.
making that
They
clear.
can make a couple moves at the trade deadline, but it's just amazing to me that people lost their minds last week. Getting swept by the Pirates is abysmal, and nobody wants to see your team lose 9 of 10. They're too good of a baseball team to have that happen. But the extremes of all of a sudden they're not a playoff team was just laughable.
Yeah, to say they're not a playoff team was laughable. I get it if you wanted to say they're not a World Series team or they don't have championship caliber, play right now. That's probably justified. I think that's actually really warranted. But when people would be like, well, they're probably not even making them. They're lucky if they make the wild card. I'm like,
Yeah.
okay. Let's look around. There's still like the 4th or 5th best team in all of baseball right
Yes.
now. So all that goodwill and the wins they stacked up, those are going to help them
They're
when they
2
have the
wins
lulls.
shy of the Mets.
Yeah.
The Mets have the best record in the National League right now.
So when
the
you
Dodgers
have the
one.
lulls,
They're one
yeah.
less
less
win
than-
than the Dodgers.
And they beat the Dodgers.
Yes.
Now, obviously, next weekend's series is going to loom quite large because you got smoked by the Mets, and that was not a good look.
Nope.
But I think that there is something to take away when we were like, oh, yeah, you're beating the Rockies and you're beating the Athletics. Yeah, you needed to win those games. So when you have a lull, which happens in every single season to every single team that's ever won the World Series ever.
Yeah.
Every good team always goes through that little, I don't know. So I think it's good. I think this is who this team is, right? They are an ebb and flow. They are an up and down. They need consistency in their lineup. I don't think that anybody is, going to say that's coming out of left field, but you need help, and you need help in the outfield big time.
Okay, we know they have a talent gap that can be addressed
Right.
potentially at the
Absolutely.
deadline. But what does it tell you about the ebbs and flows when it's not a talent issue and it's a performance issue? What does it tell you about the makeup of the team?
Yeah, I mean, it tells me that there's a lot of guys that aren't living up to their potential, really, because if they were, you wouldn't have as much ebb and flow, right? You know what you have in Kyle Schwarber. You know what you have in Trey Turner. Those guys have been performing. Schwarber's been performing as soon as he put on the Phillies uniform,
Yeah.
let's be honest. He has never had that ebb and flow. He has been able to roll with it in every way. Put him in DH. Hey, let's go left field today. That'll be fun for you. So I think it's really impressive to what he's been able to do. And Trey Turner is playing like the player that they thought at this point, which is great. You wanted him to be a 300 hitter. He is a 300 hitter. Of course, we would love that to be closer to 320, 330 at this point.
Because we're
but
selfish.
It's right, because we want more. And once you give us something good, we want more of it. But I think it's the players that aren't quite living up to it. I mean, Alec Bohm is not hitting it. Now he is right now.
Yeah.
but he
Another
hasn't
big hit
been
yesterday.
Yeah, he hasn't been as consistent as he was to start the season last year. I mean, this guy was absolutely on an all-star pace. He was an all-star. We all remember the home run derby. He was an RBI machine. He was a doubles machine last year. And that's been a little bit disappointing that he's had more of the up and down. And then you're looking at the outfield. Yes, Max Kepler has been hitting well as of late, but he has been not as consistent as you want. And we all know what Brandon Marsh has been.
I don't think you're winning a World Series with Max Kepler as your starting everyday left fielder.
Every day, right.
Power hitter, Max
Platoon,
Kepler.
get the hell out of here. Platoon role, maybe. It's the same, and that's the biggest,
the same thing where we were last year.
right? And this is the biggest problem with my love for this Phillies team. I don't believe you are a World Series team with Brandon Marsh as your starting center fielder. I don't believe you're a World Series team with Max Kepler as your starting left fielder. And the platoon guys that you have, Johan Rojas and Weston Wilson, those guys aren't winning a World Series either. And so for anybody that says, well, this is why I'm not confident in the Phillies, that I toe-to-toe. I'm walking with you. All right, we are walking in unison when it comes to that. But to go as far as they're not going to make the playoffs and all that nonsense, and they stink, and Dave Dombrowski fired Dombrowski and fired Topper. Like
That's where it is.
I can't get that far.
Yeah. A team that's literally top 5 in baseball.
Yes.
Like, what are we doing?
Yeah.
But that's who we are, and I appreciate that, and I love that about the fans because we want more. We want more of a good thing because our expectations are so high. But the expectations are that they need more pop in the outfield and you need a couple different arms that are going to be able to.
Well, and you need guys to wake up, like Bryson Stott. I gave this to John and Connor earlier in the show. Since May 1st, so we are now a month and a half.
So it's not a small sample.
No, this isn't a cold stretch. He's batting 193 in 156 plate appearances. Like he's becoming unplayable, at least offensively. Obviously, his defense is still tremendous.
His at-bats are, and John Kruk brought it up on the broadcast, is he's having a lot of his at-bats are weak outs.
People have been complaining. Something that we celebrated 3 years ago, and this is amazing how like you want guys to improve on their game. Remember 3 years ago when he would just foul off pitches?
Look at all the pitches he's seeing.
And we were like, this is great.
And he was a great 2-strike hitter.
Right. Now it's almost like he's just doing whatever he can to not strike out, which I get it, putting the ball in play and all that kind of stuff. But to John Kruk's point, it's weak. It's these pop-outs. It's these
the grounders
fly-outs.
to second are always just...
Yeah. Because it's just rolling over.
Barely getting
Because he's just trying to not strike out, which I get it. We grouse when a guy strikes out.
Grouse.
We've used that. Grouse has been used like 6 times today.
Not a word you hear a lot.
It's not, but today it has.
It's a bird.
I expect to see
It is
like
a bird.
I expect when we've used the word grouse a lot today. I expect to see like a Werther's Originals in like a candy
like the hard
dish,
candy.
like sitting on the counter.
Well,
I
or-
love a Werther's original.
Or
No,
you
no,
open
so you
up
are the oldest.
the cookie tin, and
you
then
are
all of a
the
sudden it's like
oldest
sewing supplies.
31-year-old that I know.
Yeah, but a Werther's original is actually not bad. It's those fruit, like the ones that look like a
that look
strawberry.
like strawberry wrappers?
Yeah, those are disgusting.
First of all, the
Get the
ones
hell
that
out of there.
those are delicious. The ones that look like strawberries.
Oh no, they're terrible.
No, Amy.
It's
Oh no,
soft
Amy,
inside.
they're terrible.
It has like this the jam
They're
inside
soft
of it.
inside because they've been
Yeah.
around forever. Because
No.
they're sitting on grandma's
Delicious.
counter
See,
forever.
I don't need a jam-filled
You had that.
candy.
Why not? It's like a double
Like the
surprise.
jam-filled chocolates. Like I
It's
don't.
like here's a candy. Oh wait.
jam-filled donuts. I don't need
Wait a minute.
Oh,
a jam-filled donut is what's wrong with that? It's called a jelly donut.
Yeah, I don't like that. I like
Okay.
a peanut butter jelly, but like the jam-filled stuff.
What
is
about
gross.
like a
By the
blow
way, do you
pop,
know-
like a or a
You
Tootsie
love
Pop?
that, right?
What's the one with the bubble gum? Is it the blow pop?
yeah, it's a blow
I'll
pop.
mess around with that.
By the way, you know that Andrew at night has his
No, I don't. Tell me more.
PB&J. He has his PB&J like probably when you'd be like a Sixers post game.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean a PB.
Andrew's eating a PB&J watching
like
you do it
9:30
before he
at
goes
night.
to bed.
Why? What?
Well, there's reasons.
Now look at him. Look, he's slim.
I got it.
He's slim, so it's not a bad thing.
I got
But
it. I
got some munchies,
I got it.
maybe.
I don't eat my first meal until noon. I get home, I exercise. I don't eat till noon.
Yeah,
and
I'm with
then-
you on that. Sometimes
And
I
now
leave.
I'm not hungry for lunch, so
Right.
I eat dinner.
Yeah.
But I've only had 2 meals, so that's like my third meal of the day.
Okay.
It's 9:00 at night
All right.
because of certain
Yes.
extracurricular activities, and that's like my go-to snack, a PB&J. Sometimes
PB&J.
So you're
sometimes I
watching
chop
Andy?
Not a jelly filled
And you're like,
candy.
No,
Amy's. Oh, isn't she doing a great job
talking
tonight?
Sixers.
The Sixers.
And now I know any compliment is
Exactly.
completely jaded.
It's very.
It's all It's all falsified.
Amy was great last
You
night on the
sounded
show.
amazing.
Oh, Amy, that was a great point.
What was the
That
point?
Jimmy
I have
line-
no idea.
Jimmy Lynam looks like he's around 7 foot tall tonight.
No, that doesn't happen.
It's amazing.
Sounds like a guy never smoked weed before. What do we got on the text line, Connor? At 610-632-0975.
Jesus, you're going to me to save this?
Dark.
All right. Let's go to this one with the Bryce Harper stuff with the injury, which we haven't gotten into with Amy. This texter says, why is John so angry about the Bryce Harper situation? The man above making decisions for the manager that's causing this. Well, that sounds familiar. We've dealt with that with Sirianni for years. We should be used to this. We don't like it, but it is what it is when people get overruled.
Well, I mean, what do you mean getting overruled? What are we talking about getting overruled?
They think, like, you brought up the miscommunication, or it seems like Rob Thompson's getting hung out to dry.
Yeah, well, no, it could be that Rob's getting hung out to dry. We talked about the fact that Sunday afternoon after the game, on NBC, he said he's going to Miami. And then the media shows up yesterday, and everybody shows up, and they say, nope, Bryce isn't here. And that's like, oh, well, now we're going to tell you that he's not. And then last night, as John and Tom led off the broadcast, they led off with, yeah, and we don't think you're going to see him in the Mets series. So don't expect to see him play in the Mets series, but he'll be back with the team at that point. And I'm like, guys, could we get an answer?
At home.
Could we get an answer to what's going on? Enough of this stuff. Enough. Can we get an answer to what's going on? And I do believe Rob might be getting hung out to dry, but on Sunday he was hung out to dry.
Yeah, I mean, when he said
he wasn't given the right answer. He was going with wrong information.
And the thing is, maybe in his mind he was going, and then all of a sudden that plan changed, whether it was Sunday night, Monday morning, whatever, something had changed.
Well, they left right after the game.
Right,
So,
so
I
they
mean,
go Sunday night, obviously, and that's a
Maybe the
miscommunication.
plan changed during the game.
Yeah.
And he's not worried about travel
but somebody's
plans.
got to tell him.
Right.
And not
Yeah, it
let
doesn't
him
look
tell,
great. It doesn't
tell
look great.
everybody. Because it looks like, again, this cover-up, whatever's going on, there's something being
It's
covered
reminding
up.
me of Hinkie and Brett Brown.
Okay, well, let's not go that far.
Well,
Okay, but I mean, is it
That is. Oh.
this situation?
those are bad days.
This
Those are bad
situation
days.
is being bungled, as far as the media part of it is being bungled.
Because the information was he's going to travel. They left for Miami. He wasn't on the plane.
Right.
No one knew that.
No one knew it.
Then all of a sudden Monday, and it was like, why isn't he here? Oh, well, he's going to do some work at home. Why didn't you tell us that?
Yes,
But I don't think he knew that.
and he's still in the cast.
It's a brace.
Wow, they call it a cast. They called it a cast
I've
last night.
seen it.
You saying?
It's a brace.
Well,
A cast to me is
I got you.
Hard.
A cast is. Here, Schwarber signs it.
yeah, exactly.
maybe they misspoke. That could also
I
be.
don't know. I got to tell you.
Air cast is a brace.
Oh, well then that
You know what I mean?
technically.
That's what it is.
Okay, well then
But
that's probably.
we've all been in.
I've been in
assume
air cast.
People have been in air casts, right?
All right, coming up next, Amy Fadul of NBC Sports Philadelphia is here.
Hey,
Dave Zangaro of NBC Sports Philadelphia gave his top 5 reasons of concern for the Eagles.
it's a good piece.
We see where Amy stands with those next. It's Kincade and Salciunas here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Ricky Bo, Bill Colarulo.
Eagles, anytime a young guy.
Sunny days and ocean blue. Waves are calling me and you. Surfboard ready, time to ride. Feel the freedom, feel the tide. Summer on the beach, oh yeah, oh yeah. Walking on the sand, no care. Surfing in the sun, so free. Just the beach, the waves and me. Yeah, 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 yeah. Sunny days and ocean blue. Waves are calling me and you. Surfboard ready, time to ride. Feel the freedom, feel the tide. Summer on the beach, oh yeah, oh yeah. Walking on the sand, no care. Surfing in the sun, so free. Just the beach, Waves are calling me and you. Surfboard ready, time to ride. Feel the freedom, feel the tide. Summer on the beach, oh yeah, oh yeah. Walking on the sand, no care. Surfing in the sun, so free. Just the beach, the waves and me. Yeah, 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 yeah. Sunny days and ocean blue. Waves are calling me and you. Surfboard ready, time to ride. Feel the freedom, feel the tide. Summer on the beach, oh yeah, oh yeah. Walking on the sand, no care. Surfing in the sun, so free. Just the beach, the waves and me. Yeah, 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 yeah. Sunny days and ocean blue. Waves are calling me and you. Surfboard ready, time to ride. Feel the freedom, feel the tide. Summer on the beach, oh yeah, oh yeah. Walking on the sand.
Sports Philadelphia.
Hello.
So let's go to Dave Zangaro's top 5 concerns heading into the 2025 season on NBCSportsPhiladelphia.com. You ready for this, Amy?
I'm ready.
All right, number 5. And John disputed right away. I couldn't even get the 4.
Well, I got that in my report
I've
card
talked
at
to
school.
Dave about this. I saw Dave yesterday.
Oh, good.
So, 'cause
Coming in at 5.
What's going on with this, bud?
Very tough schedule.
Yeah.
4, Saquon coming off of the huge workload. 3, defense can't overcome losses. 2, not enough pass rush. And 1, offense won't evolve. Now, again, he's not saying that the defense won't overcome the losses. It's just this is a concern.
These are concerns. These are things that could come up
Right.
when you're looking at, hey, what do they need to fix? What do they need to address? What are things that they should really kind of focus on? Because I said, Dave, what? There's Super Bowl champs. He said, listen, slow your roll.
Yeah, right. So of those
it's June,
5,
lady.
are
Calm
there any that stand out to you where you're not as concerned or where you think it might be higher on your list? What do you got, Amy?
I thought that an interesting one was the workload that Saquon had. I don't know that I had that as low. I thought the offense coming together maybe wasn't as big a concern just because it didn't come together last year and everything was okay.
Fair.
And it doesn't mean that it shouldn't come together because I think obviously people can game plan better for them and whatever else. But that was a lot. It was a lot of carries. It was a lot of work for Saquon Barkley. He is a workhorse. He's used to being the bell cow. I'm fine with that. But he has the most yards of anybody ever when you combine regular season and postseason. And that's a lot. And he's a guy that's not used to playing that far into the postseason when he was with the Giants. He never played that. Remember his face when he got T-shirts after the NFC Championship? He's like, you get T-shirts for this? Or NFC East?
And the hats.
He'd never heard.
Division,
It never happened. It never happened to him, like winning the division. Well, we get prizes. So I thought that was, I would probably
move that one up
a little bit. The schedule one I didn't have. I get it. I think that's more of, they have 11 of their opponents made the playoffs last year. I think it's also the fact that they have a target on their back. I think more of that. But that's true for any Super Bowl. So that to me was he needed a number 5. And Dave, I appreciate you putting that out there.
Now, look, the opponents are difficult.
They are.
The schedule,
there's not a whole lot of
the schedule
walkovers.
broke out well for the Eagles.
I really love the way the schedule broke.
Like we were talking about it earlier.
The way it's stacked up. Agreed.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, it's worked out. So the Eagles are number 1 odds to win the Super Bowl. They are playing 3 other teams in the top 5. Like that does make it difficult. But the way came out, yeah, we feel good about how it's been laid out for the Birds.
Yeah, because it's not heavily stacked one way or the other. You don't.
No
You
gauntlets.
you do have a couple of games. You're like, oh, that's a pretty good gauntlet. But there was one last year, and certainly the year before. You looked at it and you're like, oh wow, that's going to be really tough.
I like the.
We talked about that in 2023. Sorry, Johnny. Like
Sorry.
we talked
looked
about
at it.
when the schedule came out.
Yeah,
we were
there was an absolute gauntlet.
Oh,
there
boy.
is.
Right.
Yeah.
There was like the
But- well,
Bills, the Chiefs.
At the end of the year, there was like that whole. And the thing is,
Like 6 games.
They started it by beating Miami and beating the Chiefs, and
Yeah.
it looked good.
You're thinking
And
it's
Buffalo.
and
straight.
Buffalo, and then
Yep.
it just fell
Well, then it
apart.
all-
I like though that too they have extra rest on all of the big road games.
Right. And
They get
built
the
that
additional
in.
rest, which is nice.
And so I the schedule one, I was like, all right, that's number 5. That fits. I think I would have put Barkley up there just a little bit higher, and my number 1 would have been the pass rush. I think the loss of Josh Sweat is going to be something that they need to
That's
really
what Johnny
address.
said.
It's my number one.
Johnny
That would
said
be my
number
number
1
one.
was pass rush.
Yeah, just because I think there's a lot of, we're going to be fine. We're fine. And I'm like, okay, I believe in Nolan Smith.
Yeah, and you look
But
at
do
it.
I believe he's ready to be a number 1?
You had a lot of guys that stepped up kind of out of nowhere last year, right? I mean, you thought Zach Baum was going to be pretty good because Vic Fangio talked about him, but did you think he was going to be all pro? No, he was a defensive
No.
defensive player of the year candidate. So you really had a lot of guys, Quinyon Mitchell and Cooper DeJean, as far as talking about the whole defense, that really stepped up. And all that has to work together. So, you're asking a lot for Jalix Hunt and Nolan Smith and all these other guys, and maybe Jahad Campbell at this point if you're going to use him in that role. That's a lot of kind of question marks where you're replacing the production of a Josh Sweat who was, for all intents and purposes, the defensive MVP of the Super Bowl.
Yeah, I don't know if we're worried about the pass rush. I think we're worried about the edge. And I don't know if that's truly
maybe
an
that's
all-encompassing thing because Jalen Carter in the middle might just be all you need.
Yeah, maybe it's just the edge.
Right? Like, that's a lot to put on a third-year player, but
Look, he's getting Aaron Donald comps. I don't. He legit.
He's gonna get
put it
paid.
all on him.
I brought this
Yeah.
up multiple times. Like, who's the guy that Aaron Donald played with? Where it's just like, look at that Hall of Fame defensive end that was there for 4 or 5 years of Aaron
The
Donald's
year
career.
they won this, right, 4 or 5 years. The year they won the Super Bowl, Von Miller was still playing at a high level at that point.
But that also wasn't Broncos Von Miller. Like, he was a really good player that year, but Aaron Donald did it essentially alone. And maybe Jalen Carter's that guy.
yeah,
Could be.
It could be.
I mean, certainly he has.
He's shown it already.
that.
Yeah.
And here's a guy at the end of this year when he's eligible for the extension that is going to get a serious extension in Jalen Carter.
Yeah,
He'll
it's
deserve
gonna
it.
be big.
He'll earn it.
Let's see here. 2018, the year Aaron Donald had 20 and a half sacks, which for a defensive tackle, that
Is a lot.
that is just
A lot.
ridiculous. Let me see.
He's Aaron Donald. Have you seen?
All right.
Have you seen the video of him like working out now though?
Oh, yeah.
It's out of control.
Well, I love him and Jared Verse.
Yes.
Who's
He's like,
now
here, this is what I do,
Defensive
and
Rookie
I'm
of
not
the
even
Year.
playing.
All right. Aaron Donald had 20 and a half sacks. I won't ask you to name me the player, but give me the amount of sacks the guy came in second with on that team.
On that team,
Yeah.
6.5.
8.5.
And Ndamukong Suh had 4.5 sacks.
oh wow,
See?
So Aaron Donald had 20 and a half. And the next closest was Ndamukong Suh at 4.5.
That's wild.
that is wild.
That's
That's wild.
Like that's crazy.
That's wild.
yeah. You don't
And
expect
that team went to the Super Bowl, right? That was the horrible Super Bowl against the Patriots, right?
Yes,
Yes, that was the year they lost 13-3.
that was a horrible Super
That
Bowl.
was I left the house I was at.
It's
I was just like
that's one of the worst ones.
I'm going home.
It was a terrible Super
Yeah, that was
Oh, turn in your football guy card, leaving the Super Bowl.
And that was one that
No,
I
I
thought
left
for
the Super Bowl
sure.
party.
Could the Eagles repeat in Atlanta? I thought, oh, they're going to repeat.
Yeah, if Alshon doesn't drop the ball.
Well, then they would have had to beat the Rams, and they were good against the Rams. So that could have happened.
Doug Peterson was Sean McVay's daddy.
Oh,
That could have
it's
happened.
another Super Bowl almost, just like the Raiders year,
Yes.
the Buccaneers.
Oh boy.
Yep, just
It
like
was
it.
almost
that was
that.
the
Should have had
worst.
4 Lombardis right now.
Oh
That'd be
boy.
nice,
That's
but-
the one that hurts.
Hey, I'm happy we have 2. All right, coming up next. Last week, I'm curious to get Amy's opinion on this. We had a discussion of when you start paying attention to greatness outside of Philly. Was last night appointment viewing for people, even though the game was out west? Kincade and Salciunas with Amy Fadul here, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Phillies make it 5 straight. I'm Connor Thomas, and the Phils won their 5th straight game last night, beating the Marlins 5-2. Trey Turner, 3 for 5 in the game, 2 RBIs, including a leadoff homer. He added to his National League lead in hits. Mick Abel, 5 strong innings on the mound. He allowed only 1 run, and he bounced back from a bit of a rougher start against the Cubs with a better one last night. Rob Thompson talked about his growth so far in his young major league career.
Again, in the second inning, he got in some trouble and worked out of it, and then right back out in the third, fourth, and fifth, he gave us 3 good innings. So he's growing.
Game 2 against the Marlins is tonight at 6:10, a little bit earlier because the Stanley Cup Finals is down there at 8. More on that in a second. Jesus Luzardo on the mound tonight, facing his old team. Cal Quantrill goes for Miami. The Thunder took down the Pacers 120-109 last night. They take a 3-2 lead in the NBA Finals. OKC is just 1 win away from their first championship. The Florida Panthers are also 1 win away. We told you about it earlier. Stanley Cup Finals down in Florida tonight. An 8 p.m. puck drop with a chance for Florida to hoist the cup. Amy Fadul remains with the guys for the rest of the show. This update's brought to you by Compassion International. Imagine a child in extreme poverty waiting over a year to be sponsored. End their wait today. Become a Compassion sponsor. Text RADIO to 83393. I'm Connor Thomas for the home of the NBA Finals in Philadelphia, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Philadelphia sports.
Sunny days and ocean blue. Waves are calling me and you. Surfboard ready, time to ride. Feel the freedom, feel the tide. Summer on the beach, oh yeah, oh yeah. Walking on the sand, no care. Surfing in the sun. Sunny days and ocean blue. Waves are calling me and you. Surfboard ready, time to ride. Feel the freedom, feel the tide. Summer on the beach, oh yeah, oh yeah. Walking on the sand, no care. Surfing in the sun. Sunny days and ocean blue. Waves are calling me and you. Surfboard ready, time to ride. Feel the freedom, feel the tide. Summer on the beach, oh yeah, oh yeah. Walking on the sand, no care. Surfing in the sun. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Sunny days and ocean blue. Waves are calling me and you. Surfboard ready, time to ride. Feel the freedom, feel the tide. Summer on the beach, oh yeah, oh yeah. Walking on the sand, no care. Surfing in the sun, so free. Just the beach, the waves and me. Yeah, yeah, yeah. are calling me and you. Surfboard ready, time to ride. Feel the freedom, feel the tide. Summer on the beach, oh yeah, oh yeah. Walking on the sand, no care. Surfing in the sun, so free. Just the beach, the waves and me. Yeah, 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 yeah. Sunny days and ocean blue. Waves are calling me and you. Surfboard ready, time to ride. Feel the freedom, feel the tide. Summer on the beach, oh yeah, oh yeah. Walking on the sand, no care. Surfing in the sun, so free.
Aaron Judge back.
Yeah.
The guy's hitting. He dropped to 377. By the way,
He's
So
slumping.
He's having a horrible
Ridiculous.
season.
They need to give him a night off.
Yeah. No, they just did.
They need
He
because I
did.
mean he needs to
Yeah,
catch
they gave-
his,
maybe that's why
catch
he's
his
actually. Maybe
breath.
that's why he's struggling because they gave him a night off. He was in 394, and since the day off, he's batted 377. Anyways, so I asked that question. Like, at what point, Tiger, right? Like, Tiger eventually got to that point where you're watching the tournament because you want to watch Tiger Woods golf.
Right.
If the Patriots were on TV, you wanted to see Tom Brady. I know a lot of people
Lose.
his last year when Tom Brady came here with the
Oh.
Bucks. A lot of people bought tickets.
Absolutely.
And
Because they thought it was their last chance
it
to
was
see.
to see Tom Brady.
Correct.
Obviously, you're watching the Eagles,
Right.
but you
wanted to. It's
sure.
like people. LeBron James comes here.
Correct.
You're just going to see him. When Kobe was playing, you just wanted to see him. You
Right.
wanted to see him because you wanted to be part of the greatness. You wanted your team to win, but you wanted to watch one of the great players play their game.
Now,
Tom Brady, LeBron.
You
Kobe.
knew exactly where I was going with, and I love it. And I love that you do this for your boys. Ohtani pitched last night. And remember, just not that long ago, John, we were trying to figure out, are they going to let him pitch and all that kind of stuff. And I thought once he was pitching to live batters that we would see him at some point.
The last. Did you hear how it came down though?
No.
The last injury, he went into Dave Roberts' office and said it's time. And said it's time. The last. They're down 3
Oh,
starters.
their last pitching
Their last
injury.
game,
Down,
yeah,
the
their
last
last
pitching
pitcher to go
injury,
down,
he
yeah.
went in and said it's time.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Yeah.
Let's
and
go.
said let's do this. I want to do this.
Yeah.
Now
they're
it's
gonna use him as
such,
an opener.
but it's such a weird situation because he's not doing rehab
He's just
starts
basically like opening.
because he's Shohei Ohtani. So like they're not going to be like, yeah, you know what, Shohei, we're going to send you down to
'cause
AAA to
he's
work
only
on your
rehabbing
arm.
one thing. He's still blasting home
Yeah,
runs and stealing
exactly.
bases.
I'm telling you right now, I said to Connor yesterday, though, I predict this is going to end in disaster.
Really?
Really? Yep. I just have a feeling because
I
he
don't.
didn't because of the I worry about him. I love watching him play.
They didn't have him pitch 6 innings yesterday.
I
He
ju-
pitched
I
one.
No, I know because he's just going to be an opener.
Yeah.
That's all he's
For like
going to do.
another month until
But
he
that's all-
stretches his
right,
arm out.
exactly.
Eventually be 2 or 3
Right.
innings.
Exactly,
and-
but they're
yeah.
not. But they're even saying for the year they're never going to look for him to do at
Well,
least
I don't
2
think
to
you
3
need
more
him
innings.
too, right?
Right.
Because then you can use him in the playoffs however you want.
Exactly, and then in the playoffs you can use him strategically.
Right.
Hell, they could have him come in out of the pen.
Exactly.
It's
Remember
a-
the World Baseball
It's
Classic,
an
the him versus Trout
unbelievable
thing?
versatility. Like, so to your point, I get home last night from work. I did Bert's Huddle.
Yeah.
As soon as I'm greeted through the door, hello to my child. Shawnee's like, "Can I stay up to watch Shohei Ohtani pitch?" Absolutely, you can stay up.
And I,
love
think
that
that's
answer.
so cool.
What a
because
great
it is.
answer.
This is a like. First of all, he's obviously very locked in. He's a big sports fan, but this is a generational talent in Shohei Ohtani. You're never going to see, and I could say that with a lot of confidence. You're never going to see someone like him again.
Well, it's been
That's
90 years
You're never going to
since
see
we've
it.
seen it
No,
last
that's
with
the
A
Babe
guy who's all of a
Ruth.
sudden playing the outfield. If that guy is coming in to pitch, something's gone horribly wrong. Usually for your program.
Yeah,
right?
when Weston Wilson-
He had two different times he's pitched, both in Luzardo's disastrous starts.
Yes.
Not great. You don't want that. But when Ohtani comes in, you're like, oh, ugh.
It's the right answer every time.
It's incredible.
I remember that my parents used to put a thing on my homework when I was a little kid, when the Flyers would play on the West Coast, I wanted to stay up to watch the Flyers games.
Yeah.
And I was still too young to be staying up that late, and they'd worry about it. It would be, get your homework done as soon as you come home.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to check your homework to see that it's done. Then you're going to go take a nap. Then you're going to come down to watch the Flyers.
They just wanted you to
You're
take
allowed
a
to
nap
watch the
so that
Flyers.
you would
exactly,
stop
so they-
talking.
And you're allowed to watch the Flyers. No, I used to get paid to not do that, too. A nickel not to read the south of the border.
I love that.
Every south of the border. Have you ever driven south on
I
95?
grew up in Virginia.
Well, yeah. My dad would give me a nickel.
Every time you didn't say something.
I didn't read that. No,
Anybody out there that's made that drive knows
every
what we're talking about.
billboard-
The
every-
billboards,
every mile,
it's
there's
and,
a
but
south
even,
of the
and then
border.
closer, it's even.
It's even so.
It's
my
out of
dad
control.
would pay me a nickel for everyone that I didn't read.
Oh, those are classic.
Isn't that great?
Those are
That's
classic
actually
billboards.
awesome. There you go.
That took me
But
right
yeah,
back.
like I think that's good parenting as long as you make it clear.
Yeah, but
Better
that's
not,
a good thing.
Better
And I
not
said, yeah,
complain
listen,
the
you
next.
got
Better
camp
not
this
complain
morning.
next day.
Right, you got to
better get up and you got to do your
everything
things.
goes. But
Yeah, my dad was always cool with that.
I think there's a couple athletes though that have that appointment viewing still. I think Shohei is one of them. I just think he transcends everything. It's such a unique player. You're just never going to see a guy that pitches the way he does, that hits the baseball the way he does, that steals bases the way. I mean, he's a 50-50 guy. That's never been done. No one ever saw
Are there
that.
that many more, though? Like, I'm trying to think of who really are the appointment viewing athletes. Like, Shohei's up there. LeBron, we've kind of all seen.
Yeah, but I mean,
Yeah,
some
but like
people
I'm
have it.
still going.
And I honestly think
I'll still go see LeBron.
LeBron's just more workmanlike.
It's the legacy, I think. It's like
It's
when you
the
wanted to see
legacy.
Tom Brady when he played with the Bucks.
Right, that's the other thing. Like you don't know when it could be it.
So you want to see it.
Right.
You want to experience their aura, their greatness.
Exactly.
You
And
want to be
some- so
around
You
it.
want to see it.
And sometimes it's also just like
You're checking that box.
the
Like,
show. Like Wemby's a great player, but I
Yeah.
went to also see Wemby because he was 7'6".
We actually all that's so funny. So the first time the Spurs came here, a bunch of us for shoot around, our offices are obviously inside the Wells Fargo Center. We all walk out.
Yeah.
And there's probably like 10 of us from work just wanting to stare at him, just to look at him. I
Right.
just wanted to see what he looked like up close and personal because he's just an alien. Like he's just the way he moves, the way
Right.
he looks, the way he's able to play basketball. It's crazy. I don't know if that's appointment viewing so much as like, let's go see what this guy looks like.
Right.
And then you watch him.
Yeah.
You're
and
like
it was
going
like,
to
wow.
see the bearded lady.
Yeah, it was like, I mean, he's not a freak show, but the way he plays is very impressive in the way he
with his
operates.
height.
Yeah.
McDavid in hockey
we-
is obviously
Connor- yeah.
Ovechkin.
Well, you wanna
Ovechkin.
go see
Ovechkin, you
him.
wanted to see that.
You want to go see McDavid, though, before the Stanley Cup Finals because he doesn't tend to show up at the Stanley Cup
Hey-o.
Finals.
Right.
Hey-o.
Yeah,
2
there's-
more games ago.
There's a couple of players that are like that,
still
but it's
got
not as
time
many
there,
as there
Connor.
used
Can
to
you
be.
come up with 10?
No. I
No,
couldn't
no
come
shot.
up. Like
No.
Aaron Judge, I think, is one.
Judge and Otani in baseball. Skeens, I would watch. I would.
Skeens is absolutely
like
appointment
pitch.
viewing for me.
So that's 3.
Is there
like
one
funny
in
it's all
football?
baseball.
Football I can't do.
Well, you can't
It's
say
like-
Trout.
Right. No,
You
I said
can.
no.
Yeah.
You.
But
I don't think you can say Trout
never
anymore.
was-
He's off that
But
list.
he never got to that.
No, he
like-
was.
Oh, he was.
He was.
dude. He was.
John,
wild.
people weren't flocking to the TVs to watch Mike Trout.
Johnny, yes, they were.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was watching Mike Trout every chance I could.
I mean, when he was
Any
really
chance you
rolling,
could,
it was.
yeah,
It was
when he was Mickey Mantle, modern day Mickey Mantle.
was incredible.
And they
they would break in. They would break in. Remember, like MLB coverage.
Yeah.
They'd be like, "Hey, let's drop in." Mike
Here's
Trout's
just
at
the only
bat.
thing was nobody
He
cared
wanted-
about the Angels.
Right.
That
Yeah.
was the
They-
biggest
They always
problem.
had those stats. It was like Otani threw 9 shutout inning or 8 shutout innings.
Yeah.
Trout blasted 17 home runs.
Because they were complaining
And
because
they
he
and
was
the Angels
barely
lost
on TV.
18-1.
Yeah.
Because he
the
wasn't getting on
Angels-
TV because they couldn't put the Angels on TV.
Right,
They were
'cause the Angels
terrible.
sucked.
Yeah, I think it's easier for baseball. I think there's certain tennis players that people will lock in.
Yeah.
I think for that over the years and now currently, if you're into that.
I watch Coco.
See, there's people
Yeah.
that are like, I want to watch. I think Olympics has that type of appointment viewing
Yeah,
in
Nate brings
general.
up Messi.
Messi.
Messi,
Yeah.
absolutely. I think
Not against the.
the Union when he was here, absolutely. Press
Really?
box was absolutely
Yeah.
filled.
You want to see Messi?
Now you see, to me though, I don't want to watch.
Yeah, but
I
John,
want to watch
it's-
Messi against.
There's also
Well, you
the.
could, but that's not that opportunity for
I
you.
don't want to watch.
greatness
I don't want to
factor,
watch
though.
Gretzky against the Phantoms.
Yeah, but there's not an opportunity
I bet
for
you people would show
would've.
up though.
I'd watch that.
Of course you would.
So that would have been
but,
amazing.
Michael,
I'd watch
Michael
Gretzky in
Jordan
my 4 hockey
Wizards.
league.
That building.
Michael Jordan Wizards.
The FU Center was packed because they
Yeah.
wanted to see Michael Jordan, even though he was wearing a Wizards
Yeah.
jersey.
No, but I mean that's if
It was
you're
a
watching
chance to
against
see
in
him
the
in
NBA.
person.
Yes,
Well,
I
your
get
chance
you.
to see Messi in person. You're not
Sure.
going to go overseas.
Right,
Down,
that's the
Are the
other
Wizards
thing.
down
really
to
the NBA?
South America.
Can we be real here?
They're They play.
They have been.
Yeah, they play.
They're invited to participate.
Yeah, exactly.
Until they mess up this.
All right, coming up next, we have the key three. We'll get our text messages as well. Plus, we also have one more 4-pack of the NASCAR Cup Series race, which is coming to Dover. So make sure you're listening closely in the next segment for your chance to win it. You can continue to text in on any of our topics at 610-632-0975. It is Kincade and Salciunas. Amy Fadul with us for the remainder of the show here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Ricky Bo.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Sunny days and ocean blue. Waves are calling me and you. Surfboard ready, time to ride. Feel the freedom, feel the tide. Summer on the beach, oh yeah, oh yeah. Walking on the sand, no care. Surfing in the sun, so free. Just the beach, the waves and me. Yeah, 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 yeah. Sunny days and ocean blue. Waves are calling me and you. Surfboard ready, time to ride. Feel the freedom, feel the tide. Summer on the beach, oh yeah, oh yeah. Walking on the sand, no care. Surfing in the sun, so free. Just the beach, the waves and me. Yeah, 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 yeah. Sunny days and ocean blue. Waves are calling me and you. Surfboard ready, time to ride. Feel the freedom, feel the tide. Summer on the beach, oh yeah, oh yeah. Walking on the sand, no care. Surfing in the sun, so free. Just the beach, the waves and me. Yeah, 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 yeah. Sunny days and ocean blue. Waves are calling me and you. Surfboard ready, time to ride. Feel the freedom, feel the tide. Summer on the beach, oh yeah, oh yeah. Walking on the sand, no care. Surfing in the sun, so free. Just the beach, the waves and me. Yeah, 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 yeah. Sunny days and ocean blue. Waves are calling me and you.
Seat stealer.
Yeah, that's right.
What did I do?
Actually, it wasn't seat stealer. It was like
Seat blocking.
Seat
blocker. Yeah, hover. People trying to, get to their
Get to their seats at the
their
bar.
seat
and
at the
Connor's
bar.
blocking
You
them.
and your buddies just all sitting there blocking everything up.
Well, I was walking over, and as I was figuring out whose drink that was, because it was covered up, Ray must have gone to the restroom.
Why are
he
you trying to
walked up
figure out
behind me.
someone's drink?
What?
Yeah,
Well,
Connor,
I just wasn't
Connor,
sure
you
what seat was
you
available
seem
or not.
like you are a walking bar violator.
Yeah,
I'm
it
not.
seems like there's some violations
Every
going on.
time like I hear a
Not good
story
for
of
you.
you at the bar, it's usually not a good one.
Now, why is the drink covered up? Is it the?
I would cover it up.
No,
You're
no,
walking
is it-
away.
no, but do you put a
Coaster on top.
What do you put on it?
Coaster.
Put the coaster on
Yeah.
it. Because the girls have the covers now.
Okay, well, I'm not that prepared.
You should have that. They have these like they're almost like
They're like plastic.
no, they're like
Let's be
scrunchies.
honest.
Yeah.
They're almost
I'm-
like the scrunchies.
There's a good chance I just finish it before I go to the restroom anyway.
Hell yeah.
Chuck that.
I mean, just if we're really going to be honest here.
Could I have another?
Exactly. Hold on. Hold there, sir. I'll be right back.
And get me another while
I
I'm
had
gone.
4 friends, so there wasn't really a seat that fit all of us. So that was like the one spot of the bar where there were 4 chairs all together where you could see the TV easy. So I was just waiting to kind of see if there was room. And
by
then as
blocking.
And now
By
you're
blocking.
evaluating,
Now you're making the person uncomfortable.
So the person
and
who's
it
in their
turns out
seat
it's
has,
right.
like,
It
4
turns out that
dudes.
person's right
I
done.
probably wouldn't have sat there. We hadn't even sat down yet. I was standing there evaluating the situation, and all of a sudden I turn over my shoulder, and it's Ray. And then I sat down and
I
talked
just
to
don't
him.
think I've ever heard Connor was really cool at the bar story yet.
Oh,
Yeah,
really?
do you think people come in and want to talk about that?
You got the sausage party, crowding you at the your seat at the bar.
Well, that's taking
They
a
all
turn.
come on in. They all come
Where'd
in.
they
and-
get the
Playing
sausages
some
from?
Took a
hockey.
turn.
Was it,
And we
was
went
it
for
the
beer.
Italian market?
I
Where
might
did they
have
get the sausages
Might have
from?
been Haversets. I don't know. They coming in. It's like, come on,
God
dudes.
forbid I hang
Pizza
out with
Hut.
the boys at the
Dudes,
bar.
Dude, back off a little bit. I got a seat here. There's no reason for you to all be huddling around.
Why don't
Back
you-
off a little bit.
Yeah, Connor, back off, man.
Me and the boys can't go get a drink at the bar anymore?
Well, no, you can send one, and then everybody else can stand back, and whoever's getting the drinks can do the
We're sitting
move
at the
up.
bar.
There you go.
Maybe you guys just
Clearly,
don't know
you
bar
weren't sitting at
etiquette.
the
I thought
bar
you
because you
didn't
didn't
have
have
a
a
seat.
seat. Now the story's
We're
changing.
How
trying to
does this-
sit at the bar.
You were hovering.
You know
I'm
what? Stop
telling you.
clocking me. What I do outside of these walls, none of your guys' business anymore.
I don't know. We're trying to
trying to help
figure
you.
that
Look,
out.
you're part of this show, man.
Haley says she just takes her drink with her to the bathroom.
No.
Haley, you don't bring your drink to the bathroom.
Yeah,
Where did you put
that's
it there?
gross. Where do you put it?
I understand why she's doing that for the safety factor, but that disgusts me.
No, you.
That's why you just finish it.
That disgusts. I've seen people.
And then you wait to order another one.
I'm sorry. I've seen
wait.
people come they come to work and they bring like their lunchbox in the bathroom
Stop.
before
I know where you're going.
before going to
This
their
is a
seat.
family program.
No.
And they like go to your cubicle first and then go to the bathroom.
Don't bring your lunch into the bathroom.
Yeah, that's disgusting.
It's gross. It's
All right.
gross.
It
Andy,
happens.
give us a number 1 through 10.
8.
Caller 8. Wow. Can't believe you would do that to Brendan Gunn like that. Caller 8 to 610-632-0975 will win our second
B Gun.
second 4-pack of the NASCAR Cup Series race tickets that we got here. Amy, it's the Auto Trader Echo Park Automotive 400 NASCAR Cup Series race.
That's right.
I said earlier, I believe the longer the name, the better
better
the
it
race. Sunday, July 20th at Dover Motor
That's Dover.
Speedway.
Monster Mile.
NASCAR returns to Dover Motor Speedway July 18th through the 20th to see NASCAR's best drivers race at speeds up to 200 miles an hour and an amazing fan zone and more. Get tickets at dovermotorspeedway.com. Caller 8 at 610-632-0975. All right, what do we have on the text line there, Mr. Thomas?
All right, so we have a check-in here on the conversation with Mick Abel because we were talking earlier about Abel being pulled.
That's 77 pitches after 5 innings.
This texter believes it's because of Nola somehow. Maybe they want to be cautious with guys in the starting rotation because they don't believe Nola will be back soon, especially with Abel, who they weren't planning on having up this long.
And I saw on NBC Sports Philadelphia.
I've heard of it.
Hold
Watch
on.
these people.
Let me
Great
see
program.
Here. I'm guessing it's
That one blonde's pretty good on
Yeah.
there.
I'm guessing it was Corey. Yes,
the
Corey's post
the one.
game. Corey's post game write up. He did say, here we go. Manager Rob Thompson lifted Abel after 5 innings and 77 pitches, explaining post game that the rookie will be starting on 4 days rest. That's
There
a
you
big
go.
one, which he
Okay.
hasn't done in his pro career. Thompson is likely also cognizant of how much the Phillies will need to rely on Abel this summer without Aaron Nola. Abel is up to 79 and third innings this season between AAA and the majors. His career high is 113 and a third. So I thought that, like,
Yeah.
it wasn't just, oh, he's at 77 pitches. Let's
It was
let's
like, we
take
gotta
him
think
out.
about-
There's
What usage we're going to have for him going forward.
so when you hear that, does that
No, I mean, but
change your tune a little bit?
I would just say conversely, you think of, I would be going like this and saying, well, I can think about that. He's facing a very easy lineup that he'd been chewing up all night except for the one inning when the umpire screwed him. I would be saying, I'm also heading into a week where at the back end of the week, I don't want my bullpen burned. And on the very first game of a Marlins series, I'm using 4 relievers. I wouldn't want to do that.
All right, well, if he's pitching on 4 days rest, I feel like that should trump all of it. That would be
I'm not going to bring politics into it.
If you're pitching on 4 days rest, that is more important than me worrying about Taijuan Walker next week.
Coming out. Yeah.
I got you. I think there's a balance to all of it.
Because I got to worry about 5-6 innings before I worry about 3.
And the thing is, if he comes out for one more, there's no guarantee it's a 10 to 12.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, you've stuck him out there, and he's now climbing towards 90.
And you have to think about that, and you have to worry about that kind of stuff. So,
Okay.
I was fine with the decision yesterday, especially
I was not, but
if they have a plan, and you're Mr. Planner over there.
I wasn't as I think I had the same reaction John Kruk did on the broadcast of,
What are we doing?
what are they doing here?
To which I say,
So they're
maybe
taking
Rob
him out?
Thompson spoke to Kruk after the game, and maybe Kruk got more of an understanding.
I don't think he'd even understand it then. I think John would be like, really? Okay. It's this. I think there's a lot of bubble wrap that's being used that a lot of players just don't understand.
Hey,
Ex-players do not understand.
Would you rather have the bubble wrap or Bryce Harper's wrist?
The air cast or
Yeah.
whatever.
Yeah.
Also, if you bubble wrap John Kruk, he'd set it on fire. Like, you got to consider the level that we're talking about there and the way the guys played and the day that John Kruk played.
It's true.
think it's-
a different day and
Ask
age.
a pitcher to go out and pitch the 6th inning on 77 pitches. It's not like you're asking a guy
I'm not
to go
saying
out
that.
and throw it. He's thrown 95 and to go start the 8th.
I'm just saying the bar of guys who played when Kruk played is a little too far in the opposite direction.
Wow. Okay.
You're not buying it.
I'm not buying. No,
can
I'm not
tell.
just like I don't
just think
like.
it was a
I think
precaution
this is
of
a
like-
very cautious organization that doesn't bring up. Is very very cautious about bringing up young players.
Well, yeah,
And when they bring them up, I think
agree with
overall
you.
as an organization, they wrap everything in bubble wrap and they have binkies. And I just don't. I'm much more for, you throw your kid in the pool and you make sure that hey, let them see. Don't be so cautious.
See if they drown.
Well,
Yeah.
the team.
And
that
what if he
does
drowns?
that-
You're there.
You're, there,
You're
you're
there
right
with
there
them.
to give them the CPR.
You're there with them.
Save their lives.
All right, it's time now for the Kincade Salciunas Key 3 best minutes from today's show.
Now, the Kincade Salciunas Key 3. Today's best.
So, John, today's one of these days where I want to try to figure out what we like and don't like about this baseball team. Because this city, you want to talk about the EKG that this Phillies team shows? The fan base has their own EKG, right?
And ours is erratic.
It's crazy.
I think there's a lot of benefit to, and a lot of people haven't done it, there's a lot of benefit to having not lived here for a while. And you get to see that we're not that different that we make ourselves out to be, but absolutely we are erratic.
Yeah.
And there's large portions of us, but there are people who are the extremes. And I call them the lunatic fringe, and they're on both sides of the fence.
Absolutely.
And I'd say it's probably, though, around 20-20 on each end. But I believe there's the 60% that live in the rational, that don't do this Phillies team sucks when they go 1-9, but can logically look at this team and say they're very flawed.
Right.
And I look at the red hot Phillies now, hottest team in the National League, and say the Phillies are red hot, they're looking good, and they're still just as flawed as they were last week.
Right.
They are just as flawed. What would be number one for you?
The rotation.
Positive and negative.
The rotation is positive.
Okay,
right?
everybody would put that in that column.
should be the number one. Like when people on social media do the whole, what do you makes you think that they're a good baseball team? Because when they had the bad stretch, they're not going to make the playoffs.
Right.
Like this rotation is too good. Where every day, seriously, every day you have a guy either Zach Wheeler, Luzardo. I know he had 2 bad starts, right? Wheeler, Luzardo, Sanchez, Suarez, Abel. Now at this point, every single day I have a starting pitcher on the mound where I believe my team will be in a position to win midway through the game. Yes, there's going to be the blow-up starts. We saw it with Luzardo. We've seen it with Zach Wheeler this year, right? Like Zach Wheeler has had a couple of bad starts here and there, but I can sit here comfortably at 6:07 every single day when there's a game scheduled. Hey, my team's got a chance to win tonight because I know the starting pitcher will put them in a position. So that's why it's number one, and to your point, it probably should be number one for everyone.
And if we were volleying and we're playing tennis or whatever, going back and forth, and I was to say to you, well, why would somebody be tentative about it? It would get into something that I saw last night. There's inconsistency of a plan. And I always say the Phillies' inconsistency of plan. I saw a manager last night that did things that I I just shake my head at. He takes a pitcher out when he was doing perfectly fine. He pitched 5 innings, had 1 struggle inning, and the only reason he had a struggle inning is because he got screwed by the home plate umpire on what was an obvious third strike call that would have gotten him out of the inning 14 pitches earlier and without giving up a run, and he takes him out with the least amount of pitches of any start this year. It made no sense. Rob Thompson can hold his players accountable. He doesn't. Rob Thompson is always going to cover for his players. I don't like that. But I give him the credit because I think he does a very solid job of managing a clubhouse, having a team that is very steady throughout the year and does a good job of performing. He's a good grade. He'd get like an 88.
But you put the falls asleep in class on.
Oh, I would. I'd be like, yeah, Sleepy Rob's falling asleep. This is the biggest bunch of double talk I've ever heard in my life. And honestly, it seems like process era Sixers doctors. For God's sakes, what are you hiding and why is it being hidden? Why are we not getting a straight story on what's going on here? Because it's obvious. Rob Thompson is not a liar. Rob Thompson is a straight shooter with the media. Rob Thompson is a guy who has always been credible. He sat there Sunday after the game thinking Bryce was making the trip. Bryce doesn't make the trip. Something happened there. What happened? Tell us what happened.
I think we've been pretty clear about this. Like, this roster is not a World Series team.
They're not good enough.
But they are good enough to make the playoffs, and in the next 6 weeks, maybe Dave Dombrowski makes a few moves where we think differently.
Maybe he does.
And if he doesn't, be prepared for angry Andrew the next day. Andrew, how come you're not angry that they lost 9 of 10? It's not that I wasn't disappointed. It's just I don't believe that's the finished team.
No, I don't believe it is either. And I need to see a lot more. But right now, they're about where they should be. They're on pace for where they should be.
Yeah. All right, that was the Kincade Salciunas Key 3 best minutes from today's show.
A lot of good minutes when Amy's with us.
Connor, disappointed in you that you did not throw the paper at the
I didn't tell
yesterday.
him. I should have told him.
Well, he sees you do it every day.
Disappointed.
It's a thing.
Yeah,
Buddy, I threw 9 innings last Sunday. My shoulder is barely attached to my
He
body.
hasn't been doing that since when he played
Coach
for Coach
Carter. So Jonathan Givney.
You are taking some serious hits today, Connor.
Jonathan Givney
He leaves himself open for the body shot.
does a great job covering the NBA draft, as we all know.
Yes.
Ace Bailey's draft stock, according to him, is falling due to unwillingness to visit several teams and the fact that he has yet to conduct a single workout.
That's odd.
I heard that.
Here's his story
workout
on
story.
ESPN. Bailey's pre-draft workout strategy has perplexed some observers as he has yet to conduct a single known workout to date, having declined invitations from several teams within his draft range. Sources say Bailey's camp has informed interested teams that they believe he is a top 3 player in the draft, but also seeks a clear pathway to stardom, perhaps feeling comfortable that a team will trade up to get him at 3 or 4 should he drop.
No. First of all,
It's not a good way to start your
it isn't. And also,
draft stuff.
Sort of shows you don't want to compete.
so he's like, well, and that was the knock, as we guys
Rutgers.
we've talked about
Yep,
with the
it
Rutgers.
was.
Like, we saw some of these guys, and people are like, why don't you like them? It's like, well, you look at the games where they were out of hand, those guys kind of both turtled up. They kind of,
I'm not
all
gonna
right,
get hurt
I'm
in this
out.
game.
Okay,
Right.
I'm all done here. And also, there are teams that can trade up at like 6, 7, 8 to get you or take you there. They're not in any way, shape contending. You have a better chance contending with the teams in the 1, 2, and 3 than you do at 6, 7, 8, in my opinion.
And what is stardom? You average a lot of points for your bad team.
Right. So you become, LaMelo Ball.
Right.
Right.
You're a
Like,
star on a terrible team, and that follows you. That
It
follows
absolutely
you.
follows you.
I mean, Bradley
that-
Beal has had that
when I
follow
read
him
that,
forever.
That scares me.
that's a red flag.
I mean, it was always a red flag, but now it's
Now that it's
2 of
out,
them.
if the
Just
camp
like,
is saying this stuff.
hey,
like,
we're good. You look at our YouTube highlights.
That's
Watch-
a good source, too.
There are pretty good highlights.
Jonathan,
That's- no,
Jonathan,
that's-
Jonathen
they're
Givney
YouTube.
is-
that's a good source.
Watch the whole
Jonathan
game.
Givney's one of my favorite
busy.
Watch the
NBA
whole-
He's a
draft
good. He's a
Too
good
busy.
read.
Yeah.
And he has good
Yeah.
sources around the draft.
He's always been very good.
Yep.
Hey, Pierce Phelps Bryan Heating and Air Conditioning Contractors, they made a donation to the American Association for Cancer Research. By the way, it's going to be $99.98 next week. You might want to call them. Check out 975thefanatic.com/AACR, and you can make your donation because I'm living proof that cancer research saves lives.
As Money Mar chimes in on YouTube.
What's up, Money?
Markel Fultz did the same thing, and guess who still drafted him?
Oh, boy.
The eye roll. Yep.
But you didn't take him at 3. You traded up at 1.
Yeah, that's right. You traded up for him.
They'll never make that mistake at 3.
Even better. Amy, thank you as
Thank you,
always.
guys.
Thanks,
we
Amy.
appreciate you. It was good to be back tomorrow morning, a Wednesday, with Shefty. Which
You
is
got
always
any other
exciting.
duty this week?
I'm on tomorrow with Mike Missanelli. 10
There
to 2.
it
How
is. You
about
get
that?
more
Wow, we get to see
of
you
Amy
2 days in a
Fiddle.
row. It's amazing. Everybody have a great rest of your day. Mike Missanelli Show comes your way next with the Great Radio.